Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, March 31st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A new TV series on Paramount Plus will feature the story of Keith Jesperson, who admitted to murdering at least 8 women across 5 states, including Wyoming, between 1990 and 1995. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke with one of the detectives who interviewed the serial killer in 1996 about how he murdered 21-year-old Angela Sabreze at a truck stop outside of Cheyenne.
He sat down face to face with him and just was appalled by how proud he was of the crimes. And when they asked him, "Did you do this?" he said, "Yeah. And this is why."
Over the years, Jesperson has shared his story in books and news articles, as has his daughter, Melissa Moore, who has spent decades of her life attempting to rectify the truth about her father's crimes that she'd learned about as a teen. Thermopolis resident Jessica Lippincott had a life-changing experience as a result of the 23andMe DNA test she took to explore her family's medical history, not only learning who her biological father was, but also discovering that she had 49 half-siblings. But like other 23andMe customers, she told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that she's been doing a little soul-searching after learning the company has gone bankrupt and plans to auction the company and the genetic data it collected to the highest bidder.
She decided that she really wasn't that concerned about her data being with a new company. The new company still has to follow all the applicable laws that already govern such data. Hannah Snitko, she's here in Cheyenne. Her and her fiance did this during the pandemic. They kind of had opposite reactions. His reaction when he heard it was just to immediately go delete the data, and she decided that she would delete her data too, but found that she couldn't because the sites were far too busy. As of Friday, her data was still on the database.
The bankruptcy court judge hearing 23andMe's case in the Eastern District of Missouri has already signed off on attempts to find a buyer for the company. Bids are due by May 7th, after which there will be a hearing to examine the potential sale sometime in June. Well, a Wyoming ranching family is asking for President Donald Trump's help in settling a dispute between the U.S. Forest Service and their daughter and son-in-law on the younger couple's South Dakota ranch. Heather and Charles Maud have their own ranch near Caputa, South Dakota. The Forest Service has accused the Mauds of theft of government property because of a property dispute over a 75-year-old fence line. And Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that last summer, a Forest Service agent showed up at the Mauds' home in full tactical gear to serve them indictments.
Heather is a Wyoming native. She actually is from Niobrara County. Her parents publicly put out the call that they'd like President Trump to somehow intervene and help them with this case that their daughter and son-in-law are facing. To our knowledge, there hasn't been any response yet from the Trump administration. I did reach out to the Mauds, the daughter and son-in-law who own the ranch in South Dakota. They've told me this a couple times before. They can't really talk because it's an ongoing case and they're still under federal indictments.
The Mauds case has sparked nationwide outrage over what many perceive as a heavy-handed overreaction by the federal government. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolason Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Well, after eating his 5 traveling companions in the Colorado mountains in the winter of 1874, Alfred Packer eluded capture for nearly a decade. One of the most infamous cannibals in U.S. history, Packer was caught and brought to justice by Albany County Deputy Sheriff Malcolm Campbell in 1883. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy researched the infamous murders, and what she found made her just a bit squeamish.
I was actually sympathetic to this guy, Alfred Packer, for eating his companions until I really dug into the story, pun intended. I was reading about what he did, and it really sounds like he murdered 5 of his companions and slowly ate their flesh over 6 weeks. And when he emerged from the wilderness, instead of being starving, they said his face was bloated. So I'll let you be the judge, read the story, and let me know what you think.
Packer was paroled in 1901, and in 1907, at the age of 65, he died from a stroke. He is rumored to have become a vegetarian before his death. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I had heard many times that heart disease is the #1 killer. It went in one ear and out the other, frankly. I never had a health issue, but suddenly I had that pressure, that elephant pressing on my chest. By the time I got to the ER, the doctor decided to give me a CAT scan. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. That's why I'm in front of you today. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. Put yourself on your to-do list. It could be the most important thing you ever do. Learn more about the American Heart Association's life-saving work at helpheart.org.
All right, it's Monday morning, the last day of March. I'm Shireen, the Adventure Queen, Shireen Herrera, filling in for Jake. He will be back after this week, so no worries. I know the normalcy has been abruptly changed a little bit the last week here, and continued this week. But I'm glad to be here, back in the saddle again, like I like to say, on a Monday morning, the last day of March. We get into April, and let's find out weather-wise what we have in store with Mr. Don Day.
Welcome to Monday, believe it or not, the last day of March 2025. This Day Weather Podcast brought to you by ConverseCountyTourism.com. Feel the energy of Converse County. Explore Douglas's railroad heritage, Ayers Natural Bridge, and the Jackalope legend. Glen Rock boasts scenic trails, dinosaur history, and small-town charm. Plan your visit at ConverseCountyTourism.com. Well, we're going to start off this last day of March and into the first days of April pretty soupy. So we're going to have scenes like this with daffodils out in the sunshine, and other scenes of white, as I'll show you here in a minute, as we have a disorganized trough of low pressure. It's a very large area of low pressure over the west. It doesn't have a real organized center. It's got little pieces, kind of like what came in this past weekend, little pieces of that big storm that was off the west coast. So what'll happen is the precipitation will be disorganized. You'll get islands of wet and white, islands where you may not get very much. It just kind of is going to be whether or not you're lucky or not in terms of picking up the precipitation. But there's going to be a wide area between now and Wednesday where off and on rain and snow is going to be moving through the western United States through midweek. Obviously, this is going to result in a much different scenario. Last week, all those 70s and 80s and springtime conditions. Well, certainly you felt the colder weather this weekend, and it will be much cooler all week. Now, there's another storm late in the week that we need to watch. It really isn't showing up as much. Certainly, it's not showing up much in forecast, but we'll just kind of have to monitor the situation because a potential cutoff low pressure system may develop late in the week and next weekend, the weekend ahead. But we'll see what happens. If it doesn't get cut off, it won't be much of a system, but we'll keep an eye on it for you. In the meantime, let's go through some beautiful photos. Beautiful shot there before the clouds thickened up and the weather changed over the weekend, taken on Friday by Jan Curtis and Cheyenne. Beautiful clouds, and now lots of snow photos. Just classic spring snow across a lot of the region, depending on your altitude. You were above 6,000 or 7,000 feet, or maybe in some areas snow levels got down to as low as 5,000 feet over the weekend. And that spread a wide variety of snow, fog and snow like you see there on Highway 130 coming back from the snowy range. Then into Sinks Canyon area, really good moisture over in central and western Fremont County from that upslope pattern, pushing some snow, good amounts of snow and high water content snow. Also some fresh snow up in the mountains above Bozeman. And the Tetons, fresh dump of snow up there and a beautiful cloud formation there on top of the peak, as you can see right there. And then back into the Sinks Canyon area, that's just a nice, wet, sticky spring snow that settles into the ground and gets soaked up. And on the other side of the Tetons, into Teton Valley, Idaho, more wet snow there. And downtown Lander at the bakery, a little bit of wet. That's just a classic spring scene there. And up into the Black Hills as well with rain and snow over the weekend. Down in New Mexico, well, unfortunately, where they really need some rain, it was windy again. As lows go north of New Mexico gets windy, leading to a very hazy sunset there. And speaking of sunsets, a sunset there in southeastern Wyoming, northwest of Cheyenne. Now, an important thing here in this photo, not only is it pretty here, but it's pretty here. Look at the rain gauge. That's right. So one quick reminder about the rain gauge rally. It ends today. I want to thank everybody that signed up. There's been a lot of new signups in Wyoming and other surrounding states. And to take part in just this fun event, if you can sign up before today is over, your number will be counted in the rain gauge rally. And this is just an example of not only by you volunteering, but going to this website. And you can go to this website and not be a volunteer. It's a plethora of great information. This is just an example of looking at the volunteers across northeastern Wyoming and western South Dakota here to where we got rainfall reports from over the weekend. So you can see the cumulative amounts of rain here in Weston County, parts of Campbell County, pretty good. Nice rain. You wouldn't know it without this volunteer network because the official reporting stations that are going to give you the most accurate are only here and maybe Buffalo if the weather station's working. So this is how you find out what happens in between the bigger cities because people volunteer. Here are the current standings. Minnesota still has both, one for per capita, one for station count, but Wyoming is climbing up the leaderboard. And look at this, within striking distance. Minnesota keeps signing them up, but if Wyoming can sign up another 6 or 7 more, it's going to be a close call at the end of the day to maybe Wyoming getting the second, go from second to first place in per capita. It doesn't matter where you are, and you can do this at any time of the year. Volunteers are needed in any state, anywhere across the United States. If you want to sign up and have the time and want to be part of the volunteer network, go here to sign up. Now you can just go here, but if you want to type it all out straight to the application, you can go there. Surface map this morning shows a big low up into the upper Great Lakes. We have the stationary boundary right here stacked up against the Continental Divide, and we have more waves of energy and moisture coming off the Pacific overrunning this boundary. And what we're going to see is this disorganized mess right here just come into the western United States. Notice there isn't a big curl or a real organized system, but there's areas of moisture and energy and patches of moisture that are basically coming in overhead. And this has led to a lot of winter weather advisories for Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, and Utah here. So the high country is going to be in good position to pick up some nice wet spring snows again, as well as the Sierras. The pink down here, more wind and more fire danger for New Mexico, West Texas, and southeastern Colorado. This is what it looks like on the 500 millibar chart. Here comes this fractured low coming on in, strong jet stream energy with this. So this all comes in through the course of the next 72 hours. So by the time we get into noon Wednesday, it looks like this. We'll have a piece break off and go south, a piece go north. This is good news for North Dakota. You might finally get a decent shot of precipitation out of this. But it's not a well put together low. It's broken apart. So when you split the energy, you're not going to have a big storm, but you're going to have an extended period of cool and wet over a large area. And this is the precipitation pattern between now and Thursday at noon. So between this morning and noon Thursday, you can see some needed precipitation coming up here for Montana as well. Scattered precipitation for Wyoming, Nebraska, South Dakota, and Colorado and Utah. Nothing real heavy, but we'll take every little bit that we can get. You can see the heavier precipitation there in the Sierras and Northern California as that moisture comes inland. So this gets us through Thursday. And this is what the snowfall looks like. So a wet spring snow for the northern plains up here. Still more snow for the mountains, but also getting down into the higher elevations of Interstate 80 and I-70 across Colorado and up along I-90 as well. So travelers keep that in mind. Now, by the end of the week, this is where we have a lot of, let's say, questions on what's going to happen at the end of the week and over the weekend. This next low comes in, and there's another piece of energy that wants to come in and fill up this low a little bit and then potentially cut off. But right now, all of the model solutions basically keep this area as one low pressure system, just a very oblong one stretched out over a lot of latitude. However, a lot of times what happens is this energy here will end up down here, and you'll have a more organized area of low pressure down here. And the European model is showing that by Saturday morning. But at the same time, it doesn't really get it cut off, and it ends up heading east. So what I'm doing here is showing you that the forecast by the end of the week and the weekend is something to keep an eye on, because as long as we have that low here, we'll have a cool, moist air mass overhead and the potential for more precipitation. We'll just have to see what develops. In the meantime, hopefully you can get some more precipitation. Be ready for a cool, occasionally damp and unsettled week ahead. We'll see you Tuesday.
All right, always great to hear from Mr. Don Day on the forecast. For me, things were a little dicey as I was coming home on Saturday, just from some thick fog that I encountered on I-25. It was crazy. Just a small portion had some crazy thick fog on Saturday. I know a lot of areas had more adverse conditions on Sunday, which is why I made it home. But on Thursday, while I was driving down, it was 75 where I'm at, central Wyoming. It was 81 in Denver when I arrived. And then fast forward to Saturday, things were down to 44 in Casper when I rolled in on Saturday coming home. And then yesterday we had 35 for the high. And we had some decent snow in some areas at our place, which is outside of Riverton. We had about a half an inch, and it melted off fairly quickly, but I did see that I got a report that there was heavy snowfall falling at the rate of 4 inches an hour at Sweetwater Station, and that was from Saturday night into Sunday morning. They had 7 inches of new snow at Bruce's parking lot by Sunday morning. And we were supposed to get some more snow, but it sounds like it'll be more localized for central Wyoming, and we won't probably necessarily see any at my place. Sometimes my place gets hit harder than other places, but most of the time the band kind of rolls through Crowheart Diversion Dam to Lander, and sometimes we don't get the heavy amounts of snow, which I'm happy for and I'm not so happy for. I really like to do some cross-country skiing, and I always want to do it on our property, but we never really have enough snow. But we'll be looking at a cooler start to April, like Don mentioned. Hopefully some precip in some much-needed areas as we progress in April, and hopefully getting some water for the wildlife, the fishing, the farmers, the agriculture, and just so that we don't have, more intense fire season, or at least hopefully not, because, of course, that increases when there's drought-like conditions. I'm excited about this morning's show. If you can come back in the 8 o'clock hour, more towards the 9, my buddy Patrick Edwards, who's a world record fish holder from right here in Wyoming. He's got world records that he's, or at least one, and many, many state records that Patrick Edwards holds. He's the host of Angling Wisdom, and he's got a great podcast and great recipes, and I can't wait to chat with him, just because a lot of folks, the ice getting melted off, which, by the way, ice conditions not safe, even though we are going to be well below freezing, so we might see some ice thickness increase. But I was talking to Game and Fish, and just not safe right now. So with that in mind, folks are looking forward to maybe some walleye fishing And Patrick Edwards is one of the best walleye fishers that I know. So we'll have him coming up here in a few hours. Of course, tomorrow is April Fool's Day. So friendly reminder there that if you are gullible like me, you might be the butt of many jokes. So just keep that in mind. I know some folks are like, shh, don't say it's April Fool's Day, but I'm that person that needs to be reminded because tomorrow you will see a lot of stuff on social media. Send it to me too if you see something. Shireen Herrera, if you know me, you can find me on Facebook or socials, or send it to Cowboy State Daily. If you know of an April Fool's prank that's going down or is successful tomorrow on Wednesday, I'd love to chat about it. So send us those details. But yeah, that friendly reminder that tomorrow is April Fool's Day. I'm Shireen Herrera, filling in for Jake.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
It's a good Monday in Wyoming. I'm Shireen Herrera filling in for Jake. Glad to be here. Glad to be here on the last day of March as we kickstart the first week of April. I can't believe it. It feels like time is going by so fast, but I'm also planning a wedding in February of 2026. And so it feels like it's so far away, but really it's not. And I keep telling my fiance that. He's like, it's a year away. I'm like, it's 10 months. Actually, I have a wedding countdown. Let me see if it popped up here. Where's my wedding countdown? There's my wedding countdown. 10 months and 22 days. So it is not a year. It is not a year. 10 months and 22 days. until my wedding. And so that's what I've been doing. And that's why time for me seems like it's moving fast. It also seems like it's moving kind of slow. So we have a guest joining the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Greg is with us. Greg, good morning.
Hello.
How are you this morning?
I'm all right. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. It's bright and early on this last day of March and not sure what this week will hold, but I'm ready for it, I guess. To be honest, I'm a little ready for Jake to be back, but I'm sure I'm not the only one. How was your weekend?
It's all right. It was okay. Just
Lots of work?
yeah, just putting stuff out.
Yeah, seems like it was a busy weekend in the world of Cowboy State Daily. And as the managing editor, do you have to review every story that comes through?
Yeah. Yeah, I look at them all. We have a news editor, Justin. He looks at them. He edits. He does the main edit on most of the weekend stories. Um, but yeah, I also look at them as we're getting them ready to go. Get all the photos and videos and everything like that together for them. Get them put up. Get the newsletter put together. There's plenty to do.
There's always something to do in the world of Greg and Cowboy State Daily, and anybody who edits for the news probably understands that, or anybody who does edit for the news has a full-time job 24/7, 365. That's nice, though, that you have somebody on the weekends to help out because it really is a nonstop job. And
No, he does it during the week.
Oh, he does it during the week. Okay. And you
Yeah.
do it during the weekend then?
Yes.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's nonstop, and you have to have somebody who reviews the stories and the news. Obviously, that's an important part of making sure that good journalism is involved with Cowboy State Daily. So I think folks who listen appreciate your job.
Okay.
Greg, what's your favorite story so far when you're getting up this morning, or something that's still kind of on your mind from the weekend?
Well, Jen's story about the new docu-series that they're doing on the Happy Face Killer. That's really interesting. Of course, one of his victims was from Wyoming when he came through. So, that kind of puts us there again as a stop for this serial killer. And of course, a lot of people think that he might have had a lot more than the 8 victims that we know for sure. So that's a really interesting story. I love the story on the guy who found that lost old time Little America sign in a junk pile, one of the old metal ones,
I saw that.
with the penguin on it. And you got to think, how far in the middle of nowhere do you have to be to find to say a Little America sign is really in the middle of nowhere? They're pretty much in the middle of nowhere is where they put them, but this one was just way out there.
Well, yeah, and it's not too far from where I live. He lives in Hot Springs County, where they discovered the lost Little American penguin sign, right? So
Yeah, it's pretty cool, and he restored it, and he's got to put it back up. So
I think
that's an interesting one to see.
I love those kinds of stories like we were talking about with the Neon Museum in Gillette and some of those old signs being restored. And then we talked about the tumble in Powder River. And then to see this Little America iconic sign from Once Upon a Time being restored, I think is really cool. So I wonder how Jackie found out about that. Probably just word of mouth in small town Hot Springs County, but good find by her.
Yeah, totally, totally. Maybe, yeah. That's the thing. You just got to kind of keep your eyes open and listen to what
Yep.
people tell you. You know,
Yeah.
being from Colorado, I'd always known about Alfred Packer, but I didn't know he was actually arrested in Wyoming. And so that story from Jackie was great. Of course, Alfred Packer is the only person in U.S. history to actually be convicted of the crime of cannibalism. Uh, yeah,
And she said she feels for she said You almost start, yeah, it's an interesting story. And so you can find that with Cowboy State Daily. What's great too, Greg, is about if you click on the reporter's name, you can go back and find all the stories. And for Jackie, you can get lost in the history. And it's fascinating.
It is. It is. It's a really it's a really interesting story. You know, I went to see you, and the name of the restaurant in the student union there is the Alfred Packard Grill. it's uh it's just I've been to Lake City where they've got the sign there. You know, this is where it happened, and yes, it's a really infamous thing. And outside of Colorado, this area, you know, you go back east, a lot of people don't know about it. So it's just really really interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And just the connection kind of close with Colorado. And it's interesting that your cafeteria area was named after him. So it all comes full circle, especially for folks that do know the story. And then folks that don't are able to learn about it and find out a little bit more. But speaking of the CU Buffs, I think I am officially going to go down to the game with because University of Wyoming is playing the Buffs in September. So I've worked it out. I have a friend who has season tickets to the Buffs, and so I'm trying to grab 2 tickets from her, and we'll go down there and see Neon Dion. Which, if you're a sports fan, I mean, it would be just cool to see. But I thought this was funny, Greg. When I was in Colorado, one of my best friends, and bless her heart, she's not a big sports fan, but I was using the term Neon Dion. She got all upset, and she said, "You don't know what you're talking about. The only thing he's called around here is Coach Prime." And I said, "Well, for a very short amount of years of his career has he been a coach, and he's always been Neon Dion or Prime Time." And I laughed because I said, she's not a big sports fan, like I said. And I was just like, "You're not a big sports fan, but those that of us that are will always know him as Neon Dion or Prime Time, not Coach Prime." But
Yeah. No. Yep. He is. Yeah. He's all of them.
yep. Yeah. Now
He
he's,
is.
yeah.
He's all of them. And you know that you saw that huge extension he signed last week. So he's at least it looks like he's in Colorado for a while. So that will be cool.
Yeah, it seems like he enjoys that. But I do have to say one thing. I'm trying to tell all the Pokes fans that go to the CU Buffs game to wear cowboy hats because, no offense, but when Neon Dion is rocking a cowboy hat, there's nothing more Western than when us folks in Wyoming wear our cowboy hats. So I'm hoping folks wear their cowboy hats and show them who's really Western when we come come down there. But I imagine it won't be very many Pokes fans. But maybe because it's not too far as distance goes. But for me, being a sports fan, Greg, I just want to kind of just see Neon Dion on the sidelines.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, speaking of sports fans, I mean, did you see that shot that Nikola Jokic
Yes.
made a couple? Oh my gosh.
That was on Friday night's game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was there Thursday
Maybe
night.
Thursday. I Thursday or Friday, but yeah, it was insane. Just how effortless it looked for him. Just 3/4 court shot, and you could see what was great about it is as soon as it went in, you could actually see the the any spirit that the Utah Jazz had left just left them. They were done. Their
Boy.
body language was just like, okay, that's it.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, not a huge NBA fan, but if I could see a few key players play, I'd be happy with that. A few good players.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey, I was curious, do you put any stock in the almanac?
yes, 99.99999% accurate, and we are farmers. We farm like 500 acres, and we have 80 acres at my where we live at. Yes, I put a lot of stock in the Farmer's Almanac, but I don't know if my fiance or if anybody else does. So
You may need to have a talk with Don Day.
yeah, I know. I will this morning, actually. I think that thing is 99.999% accurate. And you guys have a story about, are the Farmer's Almanac still the first and last word for farmers and ranchers?
Right. That's right. With the technology today and everything, are they still relevant beyond being, just like the tradition, or are they? And what's funny is even still, their methodology, they keep it very secret. They're like
Mm-hmm.
AFC recipe secret with these things. They no, they won't tell you how they come up with their with their with their formulas to make their predictions.
Well, old Ben Franklin, didn't he start the Farmer's Almanac?
I think he started some kind of almanac that became it. And yeah, which one do you go with? There's the Farmer's Almanac,
The
and then
old,
there's the Old
the
Farmer's
old.
Almanac.
Yeah, you got to go with the old Farmer's Almanac. It's the only one I really knew. I didn't realize there was just a Farmer's Almanac, but you're right. There's two different versions.
Yeah. Well, the Old Farmer's goes back to 1792, so that's pretty good. And I think there was one before that too. So
Yeah, that
yeah,
would be curious to find out how I was just thinking of that before you mentioned it, Greg. I was like, I wonder how they get their data or if it's just based off of trends, which a lot of things are with weather anyways. But yeah, I'll have to ask Don Day. He'll be on the show this morning in about an hour. So,
right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Ben Franklin's his famous one was the Poor Richard's Almanac.
oh,
That
yeah.
was that was even before. But yeah. So that's an interesting debate.
You know, the weather is getting so interesting, and it does seem like things are changing as far as seasons go and weather. So, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing is outdated and probably isn't accurate, but I also think that the weather is changing in a way they may not have been able to predict, of course, that many years ago, or however they get the data now, whether it's trends or stuff from 1792 to now. But I imagine just everything's kind of changed. So, that's interesting. Andrew writes some cool stories. I like that guy. He wrote that story.
Yep.
Yeah, he writes some cool stuff. He's got another dinosaur story I have to dig into, pun intended.
Yeah,
Just
he's our dino guy. He knows that stuff.
I think he used
And
to work at the dinosaur place there, didn't he? In Thermop or somewhere.
he might have, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great too. You guys put out a ton of stories over the weekend. I was gone, Greg, so I got my newsletter updates, which I loved, but I was trying to follow along just for the show this weekend, and I was like, wow, okay, yeah, they work overtime when it comes to putting out some good stories, and it's not just blips of stories, Greg. That's the other thing I am sure you appreciate as an editor and a writer and somebody who's in reporting and journalism is these aren't just those clickbait stories that you find online. They have some meat to them. They have some information, some paragraphs, and so sometimes it takes you a little longer to read them. But I appreciate that.
Yeah, they're not just we don't just reprint press releases.
Right.
We talk to people, we get, real sources in there. And the headlines, that's the thing. Sometimes people say, "Oh, that's just clickbait." But it's not if that's what the story is.
Right.
Clickbait is, putting something sensational up and then you read the story and it's nothing it's like bait and switch, for yeah, for at the car lot, they
Yep.
advertise, "Oh, come get this car," and you go there and, "Oh, we never had that car here." Um, but yeah, so if it is the story, then there's no problem with making that the headline because um, that's the story.
Yeah, why not, have some truth to the headline too? I mean, that's a novel concept, right? I think some people just assume when they're outrageous or things of that nature that they might be clickbait because there kind of was a few years there, Greg, where there was a lot of clickbait on the internet and a lot of clickbait in journalism or news sites. And so it's just good to see Cowboy State Daily not taking that approach, but also wanting to take just a factual, truthful approach. And so if you see
Yeah,
those
but we
headlines,
want a
yeah,
good headline.
yeah,
We don't want a boring headline because then nobody will read that either. So
mm-hmm,
um, yeah, it's an art, and headlines for online is totally different than for print.
right,
Um, totally do. You can't put a print headline on an online story because online's got to be more blunt, tell you just what it is. And anymore, so many people, and we can't help this, but so many people, all they do, like if a story's posted on Facebook or whatever, they'll just look at the headline. They'll look at the headline, maybe they'll look at the little, we call it the blurb, just the little subhead that goes with it. And that's it. That's what they react to. That's what they comment on without actually reading the story. So, um, you know, that's just how a lot of people consume their news that way, just looking at headlines and reacting.
Yeah, that is interesting. And I do like the point about difference between online headlines and print headlines. I don't think people in the non-media world kind of understand that that's an important thing. And it's good to be blunt online because, like you said, people are just viewing that online headline and maybe a couple of sentences and then reacting. But they do have such great information in them. I hope people actually get into the meat of all the stories because all the reporters and journalists, whom I have loved getting to know, by the way, and have had so much fun with, including yourself, Greg, they put a lot of time and work into these stories. So I hope people utilize the information that's there. The one story I did like because I'm wearing my can you see my Sasquatch sweater?
Okay.
He's
You
holding
like
a
the tree?
yeah, he's holding it's a fisherman. But I do like the story about the sitting Sasquatch tree on Yellowstone webcams. It does for sure look like Sasquatch. I mean, it looks just like this guy right here, just hunched over.
It's funny. I mean, they look at these webcams and people just make up nicknames for the features that they see in there, um, which is pretty cool. Um, yeah, it does. It took me a while to see if he was actually sitting or just like kind of bending down or
Right, that's
whatever.
kinda how I thought he was just, uh, standing, but kinda hunched over, but they call it the sitting Sasquatch tree. I guess, like you said, they make all kinds of names and stuff on the Yellowstone webcams, whether they be for, geysers, wildlife, the trees, maybe they spot a cloud type of, something that it looks like something in the clouds. They comment or name it, so that's cool.
Yep, yep. Sasquatch is what's your real or not?
Oh, I don't know. I was just going to I was just going to bring something up like that. I don't know. We have a guy here that I might do a podcast with that actually goes out and tries to search for Sasquatch. So, I'm not sure. I'm going to say real, but maybe just a crazy mountain man human that's 7 feet tall.
Huh. What if the almanac said that they're real?
99.999% accurate. Real as can be. There's Sasquatches back in 1792. If Ben says it, it's real. Ben Franklin. What about you, Greg? Do you think Sasquatch is real? Bigfoot?
Uh, I think probably not. I think at this point, probably no. I think it's fun to think about, um, but I'm not a believer.
Like I said, I think it was just some mountain man that was 7 feet tall that was living in the woods somewhere. Somebody once spotted and then became Sasquatch forever. Bigfoot. It's kind of like the Loch Ness monster, you know?
Yeah, well, you can't be every time somebody gets a photo or video of it that it's just too grainy or jumpy to. I mean, once in a while, somebody's got to get something that's at least a little bit uh, recognizable. So I don't know. I'm skeptical.
Yeah.
I'm a skeptic. You gotta show me.
Yeah, well, in where I used to live up in Montana, outside of Kalispell, up in the Flathead, there would be tons of people who would dress in these ghillie suits. Which, for those that don't know what a ghillie suit is, folks use them in hunting and things of that nature, and it's just a full suit, all scaggy, kind of makes you blend in. It makes you look like a Sasquatch, basically. And so they'll get in these ghillie suits and people will spot them running through the woods or whatever, but it's just a human that's in a ghillie suit. So, so they're not real. Those pictures.
Yeah, well, there was a guy who got caught years ago in Utah for poaching mountain goats, and he dressed up as a mountain goat. And was kind of like inching himself, getting himself kind of acclimatized to the other goats. Yeah, so they could get out there.
Oh my
And
gosh.
yeah, spent a lot of time on it. But they finally caught him. They finally caught the guy. He had this like mountain goat pelt, and he would drape it with the head and everything, and drape it over himself, and try to like kind of pretend to be a mountain goat to get close enough to poach him.
Wow, that's taking decoy to another level. That's insane.
Yeah,
That reminds me of like an SNL skit, like Saturday Night Live or something Will Ferrell would do.
yeah, be the goat.
Be the goat. Yeah. Greg, you have so many great stories, and I know part of that is your job to know, but it's just great to have you on the show. It's helped a lot too having Jake gone, so I appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, Greg, anything else we need to make sure we mention about all the great news stories, Cowboy State Daily? I know we have a few of the folks on this morning, but there's just been a lot. And so I don't know, how do you kind of categorize stuff on a Monday from over the weekend? Do you have any tips for the listeners?
No, we just start right away, go right into it Monday morning like we do every day. And I think that helps because there's no weekend lag. A lot
None.
of places have like a weekend lag that takes a long time before stories get up. A lot of them, I mean, they'll take the weekends off, and there's not much. So a lot of the news outlets you look in, there's not much since Friday. We've had it all weekend, and we just get going.
Another day in the life, Greg. Another day in the life. So it's been great having you on the show this morning. We'll talk soon, okay?
All right, thanks a lot.
See ya. Bye-bye. All right, great having Greg Johnson on, who's the managing editor for Cowboy State Daily. I'm Shireen Herrera, filling in for Jake. Good morning.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
All right, folks, back in action. I'm Shireen filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Glad to be here on the last day of March. Friendly reminder that tomorrow is April Fool's Day. If you're like me and you're gullible, you want that friendly reminder. Hey, how's your bracket doing for March Madness? We have the Final Four coming up this Saturday. Saturday afternoon is when they kick off. It looks like 4 o'clock our time, followed by the second game. I am second place in my bracket for March Madness. How cool is that? I'm not eligible to actually win because it's my work bracket, but we allow folks in the public to enter the work bracket, and so we have hundreds and hundreds of people that have entered our bracket. Like I said, I'm not eligible to win any prizes, but we do have cool prizes. But I'm second. I have Florida and Duke in the big dance. They're both in it. And by the way, this is the first time that all 4 of the Final Four competitors, or second time, I should say, that all 4 of the Final Four competitors are number 1 seeds. That hasn't happened since 2008. And that's the first time it happened since they made it a 64 team bracket in the 80s. And so this is only the second time that all 4 seeds are number 1 seeds for the Final Four. So you have Florida and Auburn and Houston and Duke. Florida, it was a little concerning, Florida versus Texas Tech. I had Texas Tech and Florida in that game, by the way, but I had Florida winning. Last minute, Florida did win, which I was excited about because I have Florida and Duke in the big dance together. And like I said, I'm sitting in second place. Although I'm not eligible for any prizes, I can have bragging rights that I did pretty good in my bracket this year. Normally, that's not the case, and so I'm excited. I usually do have Duke in there somewhere, the Elite Eight for sure, and I've had Duke many times in the Final Four. I normally also pick Kansas and UConn. I did not this year, and good thing I didn't. They did not advance. So again, Saturday is the continuation of March Madness. I know that's what I'll be watching because even though I can't win the bracket, I'm still second place. I think that's so cool. I'm just a few points shy of the first place person, and they just picked maybe 1 or 2 games more correct than I did as far as the bracket goes. But I'm still in it to win the entire thing with Florida and Duke being in the Final Four, and then I have Florida and Duke advancing from the Final Four to the big dance, and then I think I have Florida winning by just a little bit, but I don't know if that'll be the case after watching Florida play Texas Tech and also watching Duke play. I have a feeling that if Duke and Florida do play each other in the big dance, that Duke will end up coming out on top. But that's the only time I really get into basketball. I have kind of a dream to see a March Madness game. I, of course, would like to see a Sweet 16 game, but they do have games down in Denver. Ball Arena did host some games this year. So if I can make it one of these years, it's on my sports to-do list. But I just came back from an awesome sports game, the Avs and the LA Kings, both of which have a chance to head to the playoffs. I'm not sure about the LA Kings now, especially how they played against the Avs on Thursday night. But the Avs, it was a slow start. I wasn't sure the Avs would end up winning that game. And then lo and behold, the end of the night, 4-0 for the Colorado Avalanche. And looks like they'll be heading into the playoffs, hopefully, and playing some pretty good stick there. And it was just a fun game. Had some good seats. Had a friend that I haven't seen in 4 years and able to make some memories. We both played hockey together in Missoula. I wouldn't say I necessarily played hockey. I more just skated around and fell. Although we did realize when we were watching the game that I should have been a goalie because I'm not the greatest skater, but I'll dive on anything. So I should have probably chosen when I was learning to play some hockey. I should have probably chose to actually be a goalie. Although their skates are different too than regular skates, so I'm not sure how I would have done with that. But it was just great to be at that game, honestly. I love seeing any kind of professional sports game, college as well, really into that. So like I said, I do have a sports bucket list that I'm kind of checking off, and I'm trying to do a few of those here in the next few years. So maybe March Madness might be something. I'm getting married right before March Madness next year, but I will be in Phoenix when spring training is, and I was able to check that out, mark that off my list this year, which is awesome and one of those sports bucket list things that I had. So maybe next year I'll see what games are in Denver, if they're going to have any at Ball Arena there for March Madness, and make it to one of those. But it's Monday. It's the last day of March. I can't believe it. Some weather was a little dicey yesterday. I had somebody come from Jackson Hole, said things were a little squirrely and they hadn't quite endured some of that stretch from Jackson Hole to Du Bois. I guess had quite a bit of fog on some of it, which that area isn't used to necessarily getting that thick fog. I had a lot of fog when I came in on Saturday on I-25. It was just about a 20-mile stretch though, and otherwise things were great. I did see that on Saturday morning, Pumpkin Vine up above Fort Collins had some snow, and it was a little dicey there as far as driving conditions went for that area. So things were already starting to get a little dicey on Saturday morning. I did not take I-80, which is always a good thing in my book. When it's raining in Laramie, you know it's snowing at Elk Mountain and Arlington. And so I went I-25, hit some fog. Otherwise, everything was good. I do know that some folks were traveling on Sunday, so maybe I'll hear how the roads were if they had to travel up 25 or I-80 on Sunday, and how that kind of was for them. We got about a half an inch of snow at my house, and then it melted off, but some areas around us had about 7 to 8 inches. Sinks Canyon, Sweetwater Station, outside of Riverton and Lander in Wyoming, had snow falling 4 inches an hour, and we had a meteorologist who was out there clocking that and doing some hard work. And I just couldn't believe it. Where I was, which is outside of Riverton, the other direction, we barely had any snow. But to find out that Sweetwater Station had 4 inches of snow falling an hour here at the end of March, that was really interesting to find out from the meteorologist that was out there kind of sending me some info. Although it does look like things are changing. Don Day had that in his forecast. There was potential for some snow, maybe a storm on Tuesday in some areas of Wyoming. That could shift a little bit to just some localized areas of snow or some stormy conditions. So I'll be keeping an eye on that, because I always have to travel into town, and I'm such a weenie when it comes to driving in the snow that I watch it extra. And so I'll be keeping an eye on that. And of course, Don Day will have more. He'll be joining the show here in just a little bit. If you're looking to start your day right, cowboystatedaily.com. Don't forget about getting that daily newsletter too. It's up in the right-hand corner of cowboystatedaily.com. You can also advertise if you're watching the show right now and you're like, hey, I really want to get on the show. Not with Shireen, but with Jake, who will be back next week. You can do that as well with cowboystatedaily.com. And they have some great stories. They have a story out on why people drive hours for Chugwater soda fountains upscale supper. So find out why people drive hours for Chugwater soda fountains upscale supper. So that's interesting. I love that. I was just driving by Chugwater. What is the name of that uh, bar and restaurant that's there? It starts with an S. Anyways, one time I got stuck in Chugwater because of a terrible storm. And those of you that have been on I-25 in some crazy winter conditions understand. But I was driving to Cheyenne, and get this, I had to stop in Chugwater. And that's not even that far away, right? It was intense. It was so slick. I couldn't see. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to stop in Chugwater and stay the night. So I pull into that little motel. I get a room, and then the lady tells me the only place I can go get food is this restaurant that's down the way in Chugwater, and it's a restaurant and bar. And the folks that actually own that are a couple of musicians, and they have a band, and they travel around and sing. And so I kind of recognize them from that. But it was some awesome food. It was great eats. It was good service. The folks that owned it were in there. And the motel was great. It was good for what it was, and I enjoyed my one night in the winter in Chugwater. But if you want to find out why people drive hours for Chugwater soda fountains upscale supper, find out more on cowboystatedaily.com. And then also, I'm wondering, maybe it is supper at the fountain. I don't know. I've got to find out what bar and restaurant I was at in Chugwater on that very cold, crazy, stormy night. So If you know which one I'm talking about, comment or send it to me. But this supper at the fountain sounds like that's the place to go. So check out the story from Renee, cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, March 31st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Even in a state as gun-friendly as Wyoming, the legal boundaries for opening fire on a crook are strict, and it's best to know the law before reaching for a firearm. That's what some experts told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines. In light of that, a Casper man who reportedly emptied his handgun at his own pickup after another man stole it and was fleeing in the vehicle might have violated Wyoming statutes regarding the use of potentially lethal force.
If you want to use a firearm for self-defense in Wyoming, that's an option that some people choose. Really, you have to be able to clearly demonstrate that there was an imminent threat of grave bodily harm or death. Otherwise, it's probably the best idea to keep the gun holstered, keep the firearm out of it, because even if somebody's doing something bad, if you jump the gun, no pun intended, you could end up being the one going to jail over it.
Self-defense or use of force cases are dependent upon the details of each individual case. Much of it hinges upon what a reasonable person would have done in the same situation. Well, Riggin Schaefer loved classic American muscle cars and dinosaurs growing up in Powder River County, Montana, and he moved to Laramie to learn automobile collision repair, painting, and upholstery at Wyotech. But last Sunday, Schaefer stopped on Highway 130 between Laramie and Centennial to assist the injured driver of a single-car accident. That's when another driver crashed into the scene, killing Schaefer. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the 18-year-old was beloved and respected by his family and friends.
A man with a zest for life, grew up the ranching lifestyle in Broadus, Montana, and was studying to be, I think it strikes a lot of us as extra tragic in that here's a young man who's really coming into his own. He left a little town in eastern Montana, found a new community and a career path in Laramie, and was apparently just trying to do the right thing when tragedy struck.
The Wyoming Highway Patrol did not have any other details about the fatal crash by the time the story was published. That includes whether there are any charges pending. Well, after standing up to Wyoming wind and weather for 152 years, mountain man Jim Baker's cabin at the Little Snake River Museum in Savory, Wyoming, could use more than just a little TLC. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the tiny community is determined to save this piece of history belonging to one of the West's most courageous characters.
He survived not just one bear encounter, but a couple that I know of, and maybe even more. He wasn't a man given to talking about himself. He was Savory, Wyoming's first retiree, and he built this unique 2-story cabin. Actually, at the time, had 3 stories because he put a big watchtower on the top of it. This thing was a little miniature fort on the plains, like a castle on the prairie. It was displayed at Cheyenne Frontier Park for 60 years. Eventually, it was dismantled and left in storage, just kind of benign neglect, I guess you could say, oblivion and neglect. And then Savory eventually was successful in bringing it back home.
The nationally recognized preservation group HistoriCorps will be bringing an expert team of volunteers to Wyoming this summer to work on saving the cabin. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Well, everyone dies, and no one has a choice in the matter. After death, on the other hand, there are plenty of choices for those left behind, and most of them cost money. From playful parlor services to high mountain memorials and backyard burials, Wyomingites are known to personalize their final dispositions. State funeral directors told Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag that they are eager to accommodate any and every custom.
One director I spoke with, I love this phrase. He said, as long as it's not illegal, unethical, or immoral, we can probably make that happen. The average cost that somebody's paying is about $10,000, but that can go up or down because there's so many variables.
The range of options also means a range of price points, which can run from the cost of a shovel up to tens of thousands of dollars. Or it could be nothing if you already have a shovel. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I'll never forget the day I nearly died. I was a young journalist with a great career, starting a family. The only way we found out I had any kind of heart issue was when I went into sudden death. My coworkers sprung into action. They've recently been trained in life-saving CPR protocols developed by the American Heart Association. They're the ones that kept me alive until the medics came. They did many tests on me in the hospital after my cardiac arrest and created a treatment plan, all with research from the American Heart Association. I think unless you are a heart disease patient, you may not know how much work the American Heart Association does behind the scenes to save your life. Since my cardiac arrest, I've had 2 more children. I've watched all 3 of my children grow into adulthood. I'm gonna cry now. Graduate from college. My daughter got married. I have grandchildren, and I'm still here.
Learn more about the American Heart Association's work at helpheart.org.
Good morning. Shireen Herrera here, filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Thank you for being here on this last day of March. Friendly reminder that tomorrow is the 1st of April, which for those of us that are gullible, it's April Fool's Day. So hopefully you can avoid some of those pranks. I know I never can. Somebody always pranks me. I'm one of those, I'm not easily amused, and then I'm also pretty gullible sometimes about things. And so people can get me on April Fool's Day. And of course, being in radio for so many years, we have definitely pulled off some cool April Fool's jokes and pranks. One of them that I really remember was I was on the radio in Kalispell in the Flathead on 106.3 The Bear, and we decided to change the bear to the beer, and we were purchased by Budweiser, and we actually had a press conference and all of this stuff. We put a lot of work into that April Fool's joke, but I'll tell you how many parents were mad when they were driving their kids to school, who normally listen to a very family-friendly show on 106.3 The Bear Morning Country Club, to find out that it's been called the beer, and all there is burping and cracking of beer sounds on the radio. And so we had a ton of very upset parents that contacted us for that April Fool's joke. So you never know who you might tick off. And in this day and age, as we know, it's easy to offend people. So I always say err on the side of caution with April Fool's jokes anymore. But I think back to 17 years ago when we did that, or 16 years ago in radio, and how that would have went a lot different in this day and age. I'm not sure for the better or for the worse. And I'd be curious, I guess, how that would go down. But a lot of parents very upset, and I'm not sure if people would have been upset in this day and age or not. But there's also the flip side of things where people, like, you could pull pranks on April Fool's Day back in the day, and people wouldn't be offended. And then now you have to be a little bit more careful, especially just because we live in a very woke society. And so there you go, and there you be. If you're gullible like me, tomorrow is one of the worst days of the year. Let's get that rodeo report here with the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, 2-time world champion tie-down roper Riley Webb. He set earnings record the last 2 years in professional rodeo. He's won the last 2 world titles in the tie-down roping. We'll talk to Riley from his trailer at Rodeo Austin in Texas, where he continues to chase the #1 spot in the world. Riley Webb coming up.
Ranchers, it's time for the Northern Lights annual Red Angus Bull Sale. This Thursday, April 3rd, the Risa family of Opine, Montana will sell 43 yearling Red Angus bulls, 20 bred commercial heifers, and 40 open commercial heifers at the Glasgow Stockyards. This is a commercial cowman's opportunity to invest in new competitive genetics that'll help you market high-quality Red Angus feeder cattle and replacement females. Sale time is 1 o'clock, also carried live on DV Auctions and Cattle USA. For more information, visit northernlightsredangus.com.
Ranchers, calving is one of the most important times on your ranch, so give yourself a little peace of mind and let Western Ranch Supply be your calving headquarters. Hi, this is Shane. From calf sleds and calf warmers to colostrum, electrolyte solutions, and milk replacer. After all, profitability starts with a live calf. We also have the largest selection of ear tags at the best prices around. Western Ranch Supply, your calving supply headquarters. 7305 Entryway Drive in Billings or online at westernranchsupply.com.
You're just 21 years old. Did you ever dream that, I suppose you dreamt. Did you, just tell me, you have 2 world titles already. Some people compete all their lives and never win a gold buckle. Talk about that.
Yes, sir. I'm very, very blessed to have, already done that early in my career and have a chance to add some more. But yes, sir, I always wanted to, make the NFR growing up. Always wanted to, have a chance to win world titles. You always dream about it being, really good, but I don't think I could have dreamt it up any better how it's gone so far for me. I've been very blessed and fortunate that it's been going this way so far.
Riley Webb on the Rodeo Roadshow, the 2-time and reigning world champion, #1 tie-down roper in the world right now. And Riley Webb from Denton, Texas, roped his first calf competitively at the age of 11, and he has been going gangbusters ever since. Resistol Rookie of the Year, 3 qualifications to the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo. The last 2 qualifications have resulted in a world title for the 21-year-old from Denton, Texas. And by the way, he's #1 in the world right now. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
All right, always great to hear from our rodeo folks and our road crew. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. It's chilly this morning. That's right. It's a little cold where I'm at, and I was just checking the temp here. Of course, the temperature on my phone comes from our airport. We're a little bit farther from the airport, and so it's always a few degrees cooler, so I have actually a temperature gauge at my place. It's 28 here. I almost need my studio's a little chilly. I have a sweater. I have my steelhead sweater on, steelhead gear sweater on, and I also have a little heater here, but I'm half worried about turning the heater on because sometimes it blows the breaker, and so everything would shut down, including the broadcast here for Cowboy State Daily. So I'm half cold and worried, and then half wanting to turn it on and just kind of risk it. I had it on a little bit earlier, but like I said, it's 28 at my place, 30 at the airport in Riverton. Today's high here will be around 50, but definitely some cooler weather. And I'm just thinking back to Thursday, to that day where, Wednesday and Thursday last week, Don Day mentioned, enjoy this. Hopefully you do enjoy it because things are going to change a little bit. I was heading down to Denver on Thursday. It was 75 here in central Wyoming. For the high, and that's what it got to that day. And then when I drove into Denver in the afternoon, late afternoon, it was 81 degrees there. And then on Saturday coming back, it was in the 40s. And then on Sunday, we had 35 at my place for the high. So it was definitely a switcheroo and definitely a little different than that 75-degree day and the warm couple of days we had across Wyoming last week. So Don Day, of course, mentioned stuff will be a little bit cooler. We need some precip, and we'll have Don Day coming up here momentarily. So thanks for tuning in to the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Canada, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. I'm Shireen Herrera, filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the support, too, not only for myself, but Mr. John Beggs, who filled in for me on Friday. How's that work out? I fill in for Jake, and then I need a fill in. But John, of course, is just an uber professional, and you can hear him now Saturday mornings. Cowboy State Daily will have that Saturday morning show, so you're able to kind of find out what's going on in the world through the voice and eyes of John Beggs. And he just has great stories, fun ideas, and I'm really excited that he is on Saturday mornings for the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Sometimes weekend programming is a little slim for a lot of different outlets and media organizations, so it's good to see Cowboy State Daily offering that Saturday morning program with Mr. John Beggs. And if you tuned in this weekend, you know he's fun, and he's got lots of fun, cool stories and pictures too, which I love. So it kind of reminds me of a nostalgic Saturday morning cartoon style show. Not cartoons, though, of course, but just one of those shows where you tune into it and you just have a lot of nostalgia. And John definitely brings that and does a fantastic job. So you can tune in to the new Cowboy State Daily morning show on the weekends now. So make sure if you see that on Saturday morning, you pipe that up on your phone and listen to Mr. John Beggs, and he'll be able to give you all the news you need to know on Saturday mornings. But he was also here on Friday and just does a fantastic job. He's been in radio for a really long time. So glad to have John here. I'm glad to be here as well, filling in for Jake. It's been a ton of fun. My most favorite part has been learning more about the reporters. They are on consistently with Jake. I have seen them much like you have on the Cowboy State Daily morning show. I've heard them talk about their news stories. But what I think is so cool is we have so many new viewers and listeners to the Cowboy State Daily morning show that with that in mind, I thought, you know what? I'm going to take some time to get to know these reporters a little bit more while I'm on the show, not only for my benefit, but for yours as well. And we've been able to find out some quirky, cool, neat, fun things. And I really enjoy kind of pulling those things out of the reporters and the columnists and the folks that work for Cowboy State Daily. So hopefully you've been enjoying that like I have, and more to come. I'm excited this morning. We have Patrick Edwards joining the show. Patrick is a world record fish holder. He's caught a world record fish. Multiple state records here in Wyoming have the name Patrick Edwards next to it. And I was just chatting with the Wyoming Game and Fish and going back to they have the coolest part of their website that actually shows you all of the fish, the world record fish that were caught, or world record, state records, all of the above. They list them and they tell you what year that state record or potentially world record fish was taken and where it was taken from in Wyoming. And some of those records have not been broke since the 50s or even before then. And so it's cool to see. So Patrick Edwards will be joining the Cowboy State Daily morning show. And when Patrick gets on, we'll talk everything fishing. I want to ask about some walleye fishing, but I also want to ask about his recipes. He has some of the best recipes, and I've personally been able to actually eat some of his food. And so looking forward to having him kind of give us some details, what seasonings he uses, how he kind of goes about a lot of his recipes. And so Patrick Edwards with Angling Wisdom, you can find that podcast, website, and more with socials, is going to be joining the show. So we'll talk more about walleye fishing, if he has any goals on state records or world record fish that he'd like to catch. Like I said, he already has a world record. A white sucker that came from Wyoming is the world record. Can you believe that? How cool is that? I'll talk about some bragging rights. And I often brag about Patrick myself anyways, but talk about some bragging rights to have a world record fish. And that's, again, when you consume podcasts about a certain topic or something you're passionate about, it's so much better if that podcast host or the podcast content is from somebody who is knowledgeable, who has credibility, which is really important, and who continues to live the life. And that's what Patrick does. Is Patrick Edwards lives the life when it comes to fishing. So hopefully he'll be joining the show here in just a little bit, and we'll get more fishing tips and his fishing spots, which hopefully he doesn't tell us exactly what his fishing spots are. But let's get Mr. Don Day on the show here, joining the Cowboy State Daily morning show. Good morning, Mr. Day. How are you?
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, sir. How are you?
I'm pretty good for a Monday.
Good. The weather was a little sketchy yesterday.
Well, yeah, but sketchy's good. I mean, I know that everyone wants the nice, sunny, warm weather we had last week, but we need this weather. So things will be a lot greener when it does warm up again in many areas. But we saw some really good moisture in spots. Just about everybody got something this weekend.
Yep. Yeah, that's good. Like you said, Don, we need the moisture. I'm worried about drought season, worry about my fish and the wildlife. And then, of course, we farm, Don. We have quite a few acres, hundreds and hundreds of acres that we farm. And so when you deal with irrigation, things of that nature, it's much better to have it coming from the mountains. That's for sure.
Yeah, and and the high country did really well. This is the time of year when the mountains get snow. The water content is really high. It may not be super deep snow, but boy, I was looking at some of the moisture that fell in the Wind River Mountains, the Snowy Range. I mean, the water, there was 1 to 2 inches of water content that fell up in the high country, and there's more coming this week.
Good.
So that's good.
Yeah, I talked to folks about the snow water equivalent. We can have as much snow as 200% up in the mountains, but if that snow isn't packing any water, there's a
Right.
big issue. And so that snow water equivalent is extremely important. And like Don mentioned, we can have the snow, but when there's moisture, that's the important portion of it. So
Yeah, sometimes we'll get a big dump in the mountains in December or January, and you'll hear like 3 or 4 feet of snow. A lot of air between the snowflakes that piles up there. So this is the time of year that the SWE we call it, that snow water equivalent, is something we'll keep an eye on. The good news though is, we're in the big drainages, the Wind River, the Green River drainages, the Snake, the Shoshone, and the Platte River drainages are all right around average. So they're going to end up doing pretty good this year. The drainages that aren't doing as well as in the Northeast, but those don't hold nearly as much water as the ones I just mentioned.
right, right. Well, we'll be keeping our eye on that too. I was glad to see some moisture when I was heading down I-25 on the east side there. So like we had mentioned, they're in much need of that moisture, a little bit more than some other areas in the state.
Yeah, and this week we've got a very disorganized Pacific storm that's going to be coming through in pieces. So last week we were 60s and 70s. This week 40s and 50s. In fact, I think Wednesday, Thursday, some of you won't get out of the 30s. So I call April the cruelest month of the year because you get weather like this, and then in a week from now we could be in the 70s again, right?
Right.
Then back to the threat of snow. But that just means summer's getting closer. But you do have to go through some gyrations this time of year.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying, "Oh, winter's going out like a lion, in like a lamb." I said, "It's kind of going out like a lion, in like a lion." I mean, it seems like, from the winter to spring, that everybody says out like a lion, in like a lamb. I'm like, out like a lion, in like a lion is more what it seems like.
Yeah, the marker I use is Mother's Day weekend.
Oh.
Because really, up to Mother's Day weekend, I can't tell you how many times it snowed on Mother's Day. It happens quite frequently, actually. You've got to kind of get over that middle of May hurdle before you can start sort of relaxing that you're not going to get walloped with a big spring storm. So if you look at the calendar, that's still 6 weeks
Yeah.
before we start talking about that Memorial Day weekend. And I think that's what a lot of people are looking at. But this is the time of year, including myself, you start to get antsy.
Oh yeah, I'm all kinds of antsy. I want to get on the water, get fly fishing, although it's actually been fairly decent last week. One thing I did want to mention, Dawn, and you would find this fascinating, I'm sure, but Dave Lipson was out and about, and I'm always so impressed with you weather folks. When there's weather, you're out in it while the rest of us are hiding all bundled up, inside. But he was out at Sweetwater Station, and they had 4 inches of snow falling per hour during that storm. Now, for us, we just didn't, at my house, which I'm about 45 minutes from Sweetwater Station, just didn't see anything. But I thought, wow, at the end of March, 4 inches an hour.
Yeah, you'll get that. You'll get those snowfall rates. And, that's the thing is a lot of people think that if it didn't happen in their backyard, it didn't happen anywhere. And that's the thing with Wyoming. They always say back east, wait 5 minutes. I say go 5 miles. 5 miles makes a really big difference around here in terms of who gets wet and who doesn't.
It sure does. It sure does, Don. Well, I hope you have just a major league week, Don. I know you're working hard. I can't wait to see you in June for WAB. And then, of course, we'll see you for the next few days while I fill in for Jake.
Have a great morning.
See ya.
See you then.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, always great to have Don Day on, the most famous weather guy. I love it. He is he's so fantastic. He's also so knowledgeable too, and so easy. You know, he's live on the show all the time, and live he knows it all like the back of his hand because he really does know weather in and out for Wyoming. And he mentioned too that March is the windiest month of the year too. I was talking to somebody, they kept saying, I don't know why it's been so windy in March. And I said, well, I learned from Mr. Don Day that March is actually our windiest month here in Wyoming, as well as other states around us. And so Don mentioned things are cooler. We need the precip though, so just hang on. It's let's see if it's warmed up. It was 28 at my place here. It's 30 at the airport, still the same. So I have a temperature gauge for my house, and then I also use my app on my phone. For those of you that don't know, a lot of times those temperatures are coming obviously from one location. It's usually the airport or where the temperature reader is. And so, like Don just mentioned, it's not wait 5 minutes in Wyoming, it's drive 5 miles. And so things can be different temperature-wise just a few miles away, and we're always just a little bit cooler than the airport. And it also makes a big difference, so that little bit cooler. When I'm on the radio in the winter, when I say a little bit cooler, sometimes we can be 10 degrees cooler than the actual airport itself. So yeah, you never know with weather in Wyoming, as I guess we all kind of know. I'm Shireen filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to... In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Welcome back to the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen filling in for Jake on this it's a beautiful morning in central Wyoming. And today's high here will be around 50, although it's still chilly this morning. I was just looking at the overnight lows that we'll have for the next while and had the last night or so. And we're back into the upper 20s, low 30s. And so some cool conditions overnight. But like Don Day said, just in some much need of that precip, and hopefully the next few weeks holds that. I'm excited. Tomorrow we are going to have, I think she was just confirmed, Senator Lummis is going to be joining the show tomorrow. Really excited to have the senator on, so be watching and listening for that. You can also always find the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show online, cowboystatedaily.com. You can also subscribe to their YouTube channel. Just search Cowboy State Daily. You can also find the daily video up on Facebook Live. If you find Cowboy State Daily, you can find that video live. You can go back and watch those as well. Last week we had just a phenomenal, if you can find it, if it was put up, but a phenomenal interview with Kathy Holman and Brandy Sorensen. A few stories have come out about something their family has been dealing with. Their children were the victims of bullying, impersonating, and stalking by an older adult. And so we had them on the show last week, and that was just such a powerful interview that I urge you, if you can find it, to go back and watch that. It was definitely one of the highlights I had being on the show, just being able to give those ladies a moment to talk about the advocacy portion, the victim advocacy, and just the judicial system and how they kind of navigated something they knew very little about. So you can always find the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. There's an interesting interview. Maybe you are a walleye fisher and you are going to miss Mr. Patrick Edwards, who will be on the show in about an hour. If you're going to miss that, maybe when you get off or later on, you want to go back and watch that. You can fast forward through the show a bit and find Patrick Edwards himself when he's on the show talking about fishing, angling wisdom, walleye, recipes. And so if you do find something that you're really interested in, you hear Jake maybe tease that he's got something coming up, go ahead and subscribe to the Cowboy State Daily YouTube channel or check out that post on social media. You'll be able to go back and watch stuff too. You have a busy day. You're probably missing hours of the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. And if that is the case, then all you have to do is jump online and rewatch it later. And it's easy and it's available. And if you know somebody who's a guest on the show, it's always fun to have them on and to have them go back and watch themselves and check out their interview, because they're live on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. And so it is fun for some of the guests to go back. Some folks don't like watching themselves. I know I'm kind of one of those people too. Go back and watch yourself on camera or TV or a recording. I definitely have a Chandler vibe. If I take pictures, sometimes I look all weird or goofy. Sometimes I just do that on purpose. But folks like to check out the past videos of the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. John Beggs has his show every Saturday morning as well now. So you can find all of that and more in the archives too. So if you're missing your news or you missed a great interview, maybe tomorrow you really want to hear what the senator has to say, well, she'll be joining tomorrow and you'll be able to find that video afterwards or when you get off of work. So it's been a lot of fun filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Let's get that rodeo report back on and find out what's happening in the world of the Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, two-time world champion tie-down roper Riley Webb. He set earnings record the last 2 years in professional rodeo. He's won the last 2 world titles in the tie-down roping. We'll talk to Riley from his trailer at Rodeo Austin in Texas, where he continues to chase the #1 spot in the world. Riley Webb coming up.
Ranchers, it's time for the Northern Lights annual Red Angus Bull Sale. This Thursday, April 3rd, the Risa family of Opine, Montana will sell 43 yearling Red Angus bulls, 20 bred commercial heifers, and 40 open commercial heifers at the Glasgow Stockyards. This is a commercial cowman's opportunity to invest in new competitive genetics that'll help you market high-quality Red Angus feeder cattle and replacement females. Sale time is 1 o'clock, also carried live on DB Auctions and Cattle USA. For more information, visit northernlightsredangus.com.
Ranchers, calving is one of the most important times on your ranch. So give yourself a little peace of mind and let Western Ranch Supply be your calving headquarters. Hi, this is Shane. From calf sleds and calf warmers to colostrum, electrolyte solutions, and milk replacer. After all, profitability starts with a live calf. We also have the largest selection of ear tags at the best prices around. Western Ranch Supply, your calving supply headquarters. 7305 Entryway Drive in Billings or online at westernranchsupply.com.
You're just 21 years old. Did you ever dream that, I suppose you dreamt. Did you, just tell me, you have 2 world titles already. Some people compete all their lives and never win a gold buckle. Talk about that.
Yes, sir. I'm very, very blessed to have, already done that early in my career and have a chance to add some more. But yes, sir, I always wanted to, make the NFR growing up. Always wanted to, have a chance to win world titles. You always dream about it being, really good, but I don't think I could have dreamt it up any better how it's gone so far for me. I've been very blessed and fortunate that it's been going this way so far.
Riley Webb on the Rodeo Roadshow, the 2-time and reigning world champion, #1 tie-down roper in the world right now. And Riley Webb from Denton, Texas, roped his first calf competitively at the age of 11, and he has been going gangbusters ever since. Resistol Rookie of the Year, 3 qualifications to the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo. The last 2 qualifications have resulted in a world title for the 21-year-old from Denton, Texas. And by the way, he's #1 in the world right now. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
All right, love supporting the rodeo. I love going to the rodeo, and I just love supporting 4-H and FFA, which really starts those kids. So love hearing from the Western Ag Network. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Every year around this time, Wallet Hub comes out with a study about how stressed people are in certain states. And for 2024, this study revealed that Wyoming was the 23rd most stressed state in the country. Are you stressed? Well, fast forward to 2025, and our year's numbers are a little bit lower. We come in at 37th most stressed, which is good. The lower you are, the less stress that you're dealing with, according to this Wallet Hub study, which takes things like work hours per capita, where residents are getting the best sleep, adults in poor health, credit scores, affordable housing, and much more, because we know that the lack of affordable housing can cause a lot of stress. I'm hoping to have a guest on the show this week talk about that. But for this year, some good news. It sounds like we are 37th as far as the list of most stressed states, which again, like I said, the lower, the better. Let's talk about the most stressed areas. So just kind of give you a comparison. #1 is New Mexico. They deal with a lot of issues in New Mexico. I have a lot of family that lives there. There's a lot of poverty there as well. #2, Nevada. 3, Louisiana. 4, West Virginia. And rounding out the top 5 is Mississippi. So those are the most stressed states in the country. The least stressed states are Nebraska, Minnesota, New Hampshire, South Dakota, and Iowa round out the top 5 of the least stressed states in the country. And what does less stress equate to? Less anxiety, more happiness. And so we're on to something here. I'm happy where the Equality State has landed at 37th on the list here. Again, the higher the number, the more stressed the state is. So we're definitely at the lower end of that. So good news for us Wyomingites. that we're dealing with less stress than we were the year previous. And hopefully we can continue to keep that stress level down. But yeah, Wyoming folks' stress levels are decreasing, according to analysts at Wallet Hub. I do kind of like Wallet Hub. You find all these weird, quirky, the best sandwich in every state, the best beer, or the most popular beer in every state was just named as Miller. I don't know anybody in Wyoming that drinks Miller, and actually 33 states had their most popular beer being Miller. So you have a lot of data and maps and things of that nature like that. But Wallet Hub does do a pretty good job of actually using analytics and data and a number of different statistics combined to create this information. So if you do see Wallet Hub out there, I do like Wallet Hub's metrics and how they actually find out this information. And so again, revealing that Wyoming folks' stress level decreasing just a little bit. That's good news there. I kind of talk about that with my own personal life. And a lot of folks always ask me, why am I in small town USA in Wyoming? I've received lots of job offers around the country and for many, many years. But I honestly don't think I was as healthy as I am now when I did live in that world. I worked in a very fast-paced radio world. I lived in Boise, Idaho, which their metro is just shy of 1,750,000 there for their metro population. And Montana was also very, very busy and constant work. And the folks at Cowboy State Daily understand it never stops 24/7, 365, even more so in their world. And so I do think there's something to be said with being healthier and living in Wyoming and areas that might just not have all the crazy hustle and bustle. I mean, just look at the top 5 states that are least stressed: Nebraska, Iowa, South Dakota. We're talking about areas that, don't have mass populations or cities. I mean, Iowa does, but also a lot of fields and open spaces as well. And so I love that I'm here in central Wyoming and living a little bit of a slower pace of life. And I think that kind of works into why Wyomingites might be a little bit less stressed than other states. We're not in the top 5 of least stressed states, but we come in at 37. And so we rank pretty high overall when it comes to our stress levels here in Wyoming. Now, if you've lived in another state or a bigger city, you may have access to more things. I kind of chuckle because my fiance and I went out to try to go to eat dinner on a Sunday here where we live, and there wasn't a single restaurant open on Sunday minus fast food. And so we do deal with not having access to a lot of things, like maybe being able to go out or things of that nature. But on the flip side of things, we talk about things like work hours per capita, where residents are getting the best sleep, credit scores, which were high for Wyomingites, affordable housing as well, which for some parts of the state that's an issue, but overall not as big of an issue as other states. And looking at the most stressed states, Nevada, Louisiana, West Virginia, Mississippi, New Mexico, all are considered the most stressed states in these United States of America. I'm Shireen filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. We'll have Patrick Edwards coming up. He is a world record holder in the fishing world. He's also got a fantastic podcast. He has amazing recipes, and I've had some of his smoked salmon before. Out of this world. I'm going to have to ask for some more when we get him on the show. So we'll have some fishing talk coming up. You can always rely on me to bring some fishing, conservation, food, or sports to the table. And so that varies a little bit from Jake and what his topics are. But I love to talk about food. I love to talk about fishing. I love to talk about sports. And I love to talk about food. So you'll be hearing that from time to time here with the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. And of course, making sure you're in the know with CowboyStateDaily.com. If you have not subscribed to that newsletter, do it now. cowboystatedaily.com. You can find it up in the right-hand corner. It says get free daily newsletter. You can also see an area that you can advertise if you'd like to advertise on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I have a few friends with businesses out there. If you're watching this, please reach out and find out some of their great advertising opportunities. I'm really excited to talk to Jen about the Happy Face Killer post that she did. She was talking about that last week, and I saw a ton of folks from here in Fremont County sharing that story, just completely shocked that Wyoming was connected to the Happy Face Killer, which has a docu-series, a dramatization that's online. And I can't remember what streaming platform it's on, but I've seen the preview for it. And the fact that they're having this dramatized docu-series out, but there is a Wyoming connection. And so Jen writes about that at cowboystatedaily.com, and she does such a fantastic job too. So if you are into any kind of true crime, thrillers, Cowboy State Daily has some great ones, not only from Jen Coker. She has a great ability to write these stories. And of course, with her recent one, Wyoming, again in the spotlight with the new TV series about the Happy Face Killer. She's also had to write some other really tough stories. And so I always kind of think about Jen. And then also we have Jackie Dorothy, who writes history pieces online at cowboystatedaily.com. And she also goes into some pretty intense history and some stories and, people that you may not have known about or even realized had these really colorful pasts or these stories that have you just with your mouth half open reading them. And so I really appreciate some of those in-depth true crime. I'm kind of a true crime. I wouldn't say I'm a true crime junkie. I don't listen to Serial or the podcasts on true crime, but I watch a lot of true crime, or I'm really into reading about true crime, and there never seems to be an end when it comes to cold case or true crime stories. And Cowboy State Daily does such a phenomenal job with that. I did think another interesting story was from my neck of the woods, Montana. Lived most of my life in Montana, but a Butte man's epic canoe trip from Montana to the Pacific made into a movie. For a guy who goes by Mountain King online, Robert Lester finds it a bit crazy that he's become known for canoeing. Again, he did a canoe trip from Montana to the Pacific, and it was made into a movie, a documentary called The Columbia River Canoe Project. And so an epic 52-day canoe trip in 2023 features this Mountain King and his journey. And he says it's interesting to be known as a canoeer because he knows there's a lot of crazier canoers. Crazy Canoers, name of my new band. There's a lot of crazier canoers out there, he says, but this has been something he's wanted to do. So he decided to hop in a canoe 52 days, and it was filmed and put into a documentary called The Columbia River Canoe Project. So you'll be able to find that and find out more about Lester and his journey. Growing up in Butte, too, by the way, I've been to Butte, America many times and had some fun St. Patrick's Day there. If you're ever looking for a good St. Patty's party, Butte is home to a ton of Irish heritage, folks that are from Irish heritage from the miners. And so they put on a fantastic St. Patty's party there. But, canoeing to the ocean isn't something you think about living in Butte, Montana. There is waterways there, yes. But you wouldn't think about taking a canoe trip, except this gentleman did, and now he's featured on a docu-series. And like I was just mentioning about the crime docu-series and the Happy Face Killer and that Wyoming connection, even though this isn't in Wyoming, it has a cool connection close to us. A lot of folks from here do know of the area in Montana, Butte, Montana, Butte, America, also affectionately known as Butt. Many of us always called it that in Montana for many years, but so it does have a connection there. And if you're into documentaries and docuseries, this one would definitely be something you want to check out. So his epic canoe trip from Montana to the Pacific made into that docu-series, the Columbia River Canoe Project. The story is online, cowboystatedaily.com. And it looks like Anna wrote this story too. She's got a great picture on there, and yeah, some great information too. So if you've ever run across information like this and you see something really cool, send it to the folks at Cowboy State Daily. They would love to find out about more of these types of things. They somehow find out about most everything, it seems like. But I know they would appreciate it. If you happen to see somebody who's making an epic journey from Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, Colorado, somewhere around us, and you see that post on socials, think about sending it to Cowboy State Daily. They would love to hear from you and love to know about some of these cool, quirky stories like this one about this guy's canoe trip from Montana to the Pacific, which has been made into a movie. They have lots of really cool stories that come out with Cowboy State Daily that are about, folks that may not no longer be here, folks that are going on journeys, people that came back from epic journeys and more. And so I love that about Cowboy State Daily and cowboystatedaily.com. Some of the recent stories right now, one of them is how much does it cost to pass away in Wyoming? It can be nothing or tens of thousands of dollars. And thinking about that, when somebody does pass away, it's usually not free as far as I know. There can be some ways, of course, veterans, which I believe 100% in supporting that. Otherwise, it can be a little pricey when it comes to, the cost after death. Unfortunately, we've had to deal with that. My fiance's family, anyways, twice in the last year. My fiance's mother passed away, and then his mother's mother, his grandmother, passed away about 10 months after she did. So they had to go through that twice. And really, it's just a reminder of, having things set up for the end of life and just being in the know on how much things cost. I also think folks who are a little bit older might think the cost of a funeral is maybe what it cost back when they were younger, and that's just not the case. They usually range between $7,000 and $12,000. I would even put $5,000 in there for some smaller areas and maybe a smaller funeral home. And it also depends on what you do and casket, headstone, things like that, the embalming, cosmetics. My friend, when I was growing up, my friend's dad was a mortician, so he put the makeup on. And I always thought that was something she would do, and she didn't. But there's a lot of money in that, and a lot of money to take care of those our loved ones after they pass away. So that story is a recent, one of the most recent stories on cowboystatedaily.com on how much does it cost to pass away in Wyoming. How much does a funeral cost? It can be nothing or tens of thousands, according to this report from Cowboy State Daily. And I believe it. Like I said, my fiance's family had to go through it. And I don't know exactly. I don't know any of the money side of things, but I know that it cost. And so making sure you're in the know, like I said, for that time, because you never know when that time will come, and got to live every day sometimes like it's your last, but also just being in the know on the price of these things, especially if you have life insurance. You want to make sure that that is also similar to what the cost of a funeral services. And some people, want extra special things for their service. I just want a big old party. That's what I want. And a lot of people want a big celebration of life, just for others to be together and to just kind of remember the good times. My best friend's grandma just passed away, and she's just was one of the most remarkable ladies. And they opted to not have a funeral service, and they're having a big party this summer. Well, that big party will cost money for food and all of that, but it'll be just a big pig out, because that's what we would always have at Carolyn's place in Rock Creek, Montana. Were big pig outs. We'd call them that because she would cook just from morning until we were ready to eat, and she just the most fantastic cook. And so for her funeral service, it seems very fitting that they opted to do a celebration of life in the form of a big old party and a big old barbecue. But again, those things do cost money. And so I'm sure they'll be dealing with that as they're dealing with many things with the end of life. And they had a big business, a bunch of property. So they have a bunch of things to deal with and get worked out here. But finding out the cost of funerals in Wyoming can be nothing, or it can be tens of thousands of dollars. And so that story, cowboystatedaily.com. And yeah, maybe moving on to something a little bit more sunshine and rainbows than funeral services. But it is important, and I think it's great that Cowboy State Daily writes these stories, because here's the deal: is we're all headed for that route, and to be in the know and finding out how much things cost too. And sometimes folks write stuff in their wills or their last wishes, and they may not realize what things cost too. So that might change some things to save some money too, as you look into the world of funerals and how much they really can cost, and also ways to actually save money and different price points too. So an interesting read with cowboystatedaily.com. You can subscribe to that newsletter. You can also advertise up at the right corner of cowboystatedaily.com. I'm excited to have Patrick Edwards coming on the show here in about 45 minutes. We'll also have some folks with Cowboy State Daily that will join the show, and we'll talk about their stories and what's happening in their world and how their weekend was. I love talking to them about what they did for the weekend besides work, because these folks with Cowboy State Daily, boy, they work and they work hard. And of course, the news doesn't turn off and it doesn't stop. So 24/7, 365. But I do like to get to know the reporter, the journalist, the columnist themselves, just so that those of you that are tuning in for the first time, maybe you've never met them, maybe you've read their stories, but you don't know anything about them. And so it's been cool finding out a little bit more about them personally. So I'll be asking them how their weekend was, what they have planned maybe this week as well for the first week of April. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, March 31st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A new TV series on Paramount Plus will feature the story of Keith Jesperson, who admitted to murdering at least 8 women across 5 states, including Wyoming, between 1990 and 1995. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke with one of the detectives who interviewed the serial killer in 1996 about how he murdered 21-year-old Angela Sabreze at a truck stop outside of Cheyenne.
He sat down face to face with him and just was appalled by how proud he was of the crimes. And when they asked him, "Did you do this?" he said, "Yeah, and this is why."
Over the years, Jesperson has shared his story in books and news articles, as has his daughter, Melissa Moore, who has spent decades of her life attempting to rectify the truth about her father's crimes that she'd learned about as a teen. Thermopolis resident Jessica Lippincott had a life-changing experience as a result of the 23andMe DNA test she took to explore her family's medical history, not only learning who her biological father was, but also discovering that she had 49 half-siblings. But like other 23andMe customers, she told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that she's been doing a little soul-searching after learning the company has gone bankrupt and plans to auction the company and the genetic data it collected to the highest bidder.
She decided that she really wasn't that concerned about her data being with a new company. The new company still has to follow all the applicable laws that already govern such data. Hannah Snitko, she's here in Cheyenne. Her and her fiance did this during the pandemic. They kind of had opposite reactions. His reaction when he heard it was just to immediately go delete the data, and she decided that she would delete her data too, but found that she couldn't because the sites were far too busy. As of Friday, her data was still on the database.
The bankruptcy court judge hearing 23andMe's case in the Eastern District of Missouri has already signed off on attempts to find a buyer for the company. Bids are due by May 7th, after which there will be a hearing to examine the potential sale sometime in June. Well, a Wyoming ranching family is asking for President Donald Trump's help in settling a dispute between the U.S. Forest Service and their daughter and son-in-law on the younger couple's South Dakota ranch. Heather and Charles Maud have their own ranch near Caputa, South Dakota. The Forest Service has accused the Mauds of theft of government property because of a property dispute over a 75-year-old fence line. And Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that last summer, a Forest Service agent showed up at the Mauds' home in full tactical gear to serve them indictments.
Heather is a Wyoming native. She actually is from Niobrara County. Her parents publicly put out the call that they'd like President Trump to somehow intervene and help them with this case that their daughter and son-in-law are facing. To our knowledge, there hasn't been any response yet from the Trump administration. I did reach out to the Mauds, the daughter and son-in-law who own the ranch in South Dakota. They told me this a couple times before. They can't really talk because it's an ongoing case and they're still under federal indictments.
The Mauds case has sparked nationwide outrage over what many perceive as a heavy-handed overreaction by the federal government. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Well, after eating his 5 traveling companions in the Colorado mountains in the winter of 1874, Alfred Packer eluded capture for nearly a decade. One of the most infamous cannibals in U.S. history, Packer was caught and brought to justice by Albany County Deputy Sheriff Malcolm Campbell in 1883. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy researched the infamous murders, and what she found made her just a bit squeamish.
I was actually sympathetic to this guy, Alfred Packer, for eating his companions until I really dug into the story, pun intended. I was reading about what he did, and it really sounds like he murdered 5 of his companions and slowly ate their flesh over 6 weeks. And when he emerged from the wilderness, instead of being starving, they said his face was bloated. So I'll let you be the judge, read the story, and let me know what you think.
Packer was paroled in 1901, and in 1907, at the age of 65, he died from a stroke. He is rumored to have become a vegetarian before his death. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
Welcome back, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen filling in for Jake. Glad to be here. I have to give a shout out for USA Hockey Nationals. Here comes Team Wyoming. Yeah, that's right. They're going to play in Kalamazoo on April 2nd through the 6th. And it sounds like Team Wyoming is going. The 14 UAA team made it to Nationals. So a big shout out to them. My friend's kid plays on that team, so I saw her post. I love hockey, love watching. My little nephew also plays. He's awesome, and we had a story recently on cowboystatedaily.com about the net guards and that kid, I believe from Pinedale, who was injured and thankfully had that net guard on and that saved his life. And I know my little nephew wears a net guard. I know my friends' kids do too. But just want to say another way to go to Team Team Wyoming, heading to the USA Hockey Nationals. They'll be playing in Kalamazoo. The 14U AA kids will be in Kalamazoo there. So go Team Wyoming. I'm excited to follow that and see how they do. When I was down in Phoenix, thought it was interesting. The Phoenix airport, they had must have had some hockey competition in February, and that thing was packed with hockey. And here's the deal: when you travel with hockey gear, it is insanely cumbersome. I always thought my fly rods, I fly fish all the time, got my steelhead gear sweater on, but I always thought that traveling with our fly rods and all of our flies and things like that were cumbersome until I saw the whole entire airport with huge hockey duffels and parents like with 4 of them on trying to walk down the airport and with all their kids' stuff. But I think flying with hockey gear is one of the hardest sports to fly with all of your own gear with. Although golf is difficult too. I know some folks that fly with their golf clubs, and that can definitely be a little cumbersome too, but nothing like hockey. It was just from the sticks to all the gear to the skates. It definitely was a sight to see the Phoenix airport just packed with all the hockey players and all the kids. And again, it was just a reminder of what the parents, I tell you what, every time I encounter something like that, going down to the Phoenix airport, it packed with all of these hockey kids, all of these parents that are lugging these huge duffel bags, trying to help their kids get to wherever they need to go. Obviously, they're coming to play hockey, right? But I'm just always so impressed with parents who are just bending over backwards and, breaking their backs literally carrying 2 or 3 hockey duffels, as some of them had multiple kids, you could tell, that were there playing, and they each had all their own stuff. And it was just one of those things that reminds me of how impressive parents are, and the folks that are chaperones or helping those kids out that are traveling. They're hundreds of miles from home, some of them. Huge duffel bags with hockey gear. And that's not even their own actual, clothes and hygiene products that they need for a few days. It's, it's just the hockey stuff that seems like it's just really cumbersome. And then the kids have their own gear that they can carry. But another shout out to the hockey crew. Pretty cool that Team YO, the 14U, heading to the USA Hockey Nationals in Kalamazoo. Yeah, it sounds like they have the 14 in Kalamazoo, the 16 in Wayne, New Jersey, and then the 18 in Utica, New York. And so Kalamazoo is Michigan. So Michigan is a great place to play some hockey, and they have a lot of hockey fans in Michigan. They have a lot of ice too. The problem we have here in central Wyoming, and I hope that they're able to get a multi-sports complex here, but our kids here in central Wyoming, Riverton and Lander, we don't have any covered ice. And so it has to be cold enough to have ice that they can actually skate on. This year was kind of an exception. They didn't really have any ice until January, till the first week of January, where the ice was actually ice here in central Wyoming to be able to have games and skate. And then you have other areas and other states that just have those resources, or they have the temps where things are cold enough where these kids can practice a little bit earlier. So I'm always impressed, and I know I'm biased, with central Wyoming and Fremont County and the kids that play hockey here, but they just don't have an option to skate at all unless they travel up until we get ice, because our ice rink is outdoors. And so I'm hoping to push, and I'm hoping other folks push for a multi-sports complex here in Fremont County, potentially in the Riverton area or wherever. It doesn't really matter, but that can be used for other sports, but also could have some ice put in a little bit earlier than banking on Mother Nature, which we know can always be up or down in Wyoming. Now, like I said, this year was kind of an exception. It was a mild winter, but if we get a number of mild winters and we have these kids that are really good at hockey and they're just not able to practice, anytime soon, and basically their practices are traveling to go and compete against other teams, then they might not be able to harness those skills and ability. And I love hockey. I love watching it. I love watching it from the little guys all the way up to minors and the professional sports. And so I'm hoping that there's a big push here in Fremont County to get that multi-sports complex and potentially have some ice a little bit earlier for these kids, and also utilizing it for other things. Would love to have an indoor soccer area. We have some insanely talented soccer players here in Fremont County. And again, if we don't harness or have the recreation ability to be able to have them playing other times of the year, things can get a little dusty for them when they're going to actually compete. And so I would love to see a multi-sports complex here in Fremont County. There has been some talk. I know I got a text from the city of Riverton that said that you could vote and fill out a survey asking what you kind of would like, if you would like a multi-sports complex. So I think most everybody in the area kind of agrees that that would be a good thing. But for other spots, they have those multi-sports complexes. They have the ability to have ice in the winter, but there are areas that just don't. And so if we're, looking at kids that have a great desire to skate and play hockey, maybe potentially to soccer, those outdoor sports or things that utilize Mother Nature a little bit, like the ice for us, we have to wait till it's cold enough because it's outside, I mean, if you get a few warm days, that happened at the LA Kings and the Avs game that I was at on Thursday night. So remind you, Thursday, extremely warm across Wyoming, Colorado, not the same today and for this week. It was 81 when I was rolling into Denver after 5 o'clock. It was 81 degrees. Get to the Avs game, and I noticed after the first period that the ice was getting a little wet. There was a lot of water, and then all of a sudden you felt like you were freezing. They pumped up the AC so much in Ball Arena on Thursday night because the temps outside were so warm. And then you had, thousands of people that were packed into Ball Arena for the game. So they obviously intensify the heat and the temperature as well. And with the combination, it was slushy. It was definitely something they had to work at a little bit. And you could tell they were taking more breaks to kind of clean up the ice, which slows the game down a little bit. But just from all the people packed in there and those warm temps, that ice was getting extremely wet. And so they had to turn on the AC. For us here in Fremont County, with the ice that we have for the kids playing hockey, we just don't have that ability because we're relying on Mother Nature. We don't have an enclosed area where we can crank up the AC. And we probably wouldn't have an AC as good as Ball Arena. I'm telling you, I was freezing. I was warm when I came in, and then after that first period, when you started seeing the water build up on the ice there, that they were definitely cranking. They were definitely cranking up the AC. So looking forward, though, to kind of watching the Avs a little bit. I'm a Pittsburgh Penguins fan, so not an Avs fan, but the Penguins are not in the hunt for the playoffs. We stink. And so being so close to Colorado, I've seen a lot of Colorado Avalanche games. And so I'm pulling for the Avs for sure. Lots of friends down there, and just nice to see them. It hasn't been too long since they won. Just a few years ago, they won the Stanley Cup. And so who knows, they could be back at it again. I'm not sure if they're playing that well, but they played well against the LA Kings on Thursday night. I'm Shireen Herrera, filling in for Jake. It's been great being here with the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. Daily features include our popular sunrise photo of the day, our daily Darwin, Same Guys Dancing, and more. You'll enjoy our regular Wyoming life features, daily video newscasts and podcasts, and frequent opinion pieces from a carefully curated collection of the state's finest columnists. All of this in addition to the core mission, providing statewide news coverage in a clear, plain manner with up-to-the minute breaking news when and where it happens. Cowboy State Daily's collective of reporters, photographers, videographers, and editors are dedicated to quality, unbiased daily journalism here in Wyoming. Find out why Cowboy State Daily is considered Wyoming's largest and most experienced newsroom. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McGinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McGinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pump. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McGinley Clinic today.
Welcome back to the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen Herrera filling in for Jake on the last day of March. That's right, we roll into April. I was thinking two things. How was spring break for those of you that had spring break last week? I hope it was great. I saw a lot of photos from folks that I know that were on spring break. Some of them took short trips, staycations, others long trips to someplace warm. And I really love it all. As long as you're enjoying your family time, you don't have to go to Puerto Rico or Miami or Hawaii like I saw some folks. I saw other folks that had little staycations right here or took little short trips, one of which was to Salt Lake, and it looked like they just had a wonderful time and all smiles. So hopefully you enjoyed spring break if that was you last week. I know other folks heading out on spring break or are on spring break this week too. Things definitely vary. They vary across the country. They really say spring break in the United States starts the second week of March and goes to the second week of April. So that's kind of that month time too. If you're like me, you want to stay away from a lot of places because they're packed full of spring breakers. But we have some folks heading out on spring break or have over the weekend in the state to enjoy spring break this week. And this week definitely is one of those weeks where I feel like folks that were gone last week when it was 75 and warm in Wyoming were kind of kicking themselves a little bit or weren't as rubbing it in, if that makes sense. And then this week you have a shift where the entire state will be dealing with precip and cooler temperatures. And so the folks that are places warm this week might actually be able to rub it in a little bit more. But it does seem like this week would be the week that I personally would want to be somewhere warm opposed to last week, since we had a couple of really warm days. And as a matter of fact, the warmest days of 2025 in Wyoming were last week. Great to hear from Don Day and his forecast. Of course, you can always check out his podcast and he'll give you the up-to-date weather information. Don is so fantastic, and he's got such a great personality. I just enjoy talking to him. I'm really glad that he joins live every morning with the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. He never shies away from weather, never shies away from a question. And the great thing about Don is he's live on the show. You can ask him anything and he knows the answer and he'll give you it straightforward. And so I love that in a meteorologist and I love that in a weather guy. I don't want anything sugar-coated when it comes to the forecast. And so Don did mention some cooler temps as well as some more snow potential in certain areas. Localized snow and potentially higher elevations will get that much needed precip in the form of snow, and other areas getting the precip that they need. He talked about some of our drainages and our waterways being pretty average, minus some waterways in the northeast portion of Wyoming. So I'm always watching that. They just went through some crazy devastation in that area with with the fire and the fires. And so really hoping that the relief for us comes in the form of some early precip and then hopefully not intense temperatures through the summer. I forgot to ask Dawn about the Farmer's Almanac. Can somebody remind me tomorrow to ask Don Day about the Farmer's Almanac and whether he thinks that's accurate or not? And I'm sure he has some good opinions on that. But the Farmer's Almanac has been considered 99.99999% effective. Now, I did find out from Cowboy State Daily that there are two different Farmer's Almanacs. And one of them is just the Farmer's Almanac. And then the other one is the Old Farmer's Almanac. And that's the one that I have always gone from. But I kind of was somebody who had to do a lot of reports on Ben Franklin back in the day. And thanks to my grandma, I remember her helping me out. But are Farmer's Almanacs still the first and last word for farmers and ranchers? And I am marrying into a family of farmers and ranchers, so I should ask them. But the Old Farmer's Almanac dates back to 1792, basically, and the original Farmer's Almanac. And Ben Franklin did have to do with that. But now there's another Farmer's Almanac since 1818. So there's that one. And then the Old Farmer's Almanac from 1792. And I guess they're really secretive on how they actually get their information to kind of lay out the Farmer's Almanac and the predictions. But the Old Farmer's Almanac, 99.99999% accurate, has predicted that a portion of Wyoming will have a wet, warm spring. Central Wyoming's in that, southwest, even southeast kind of. But then they have it broken into another portion of Wyoming will get a dry, warm spring. And unfortunately, the area that they've broken down for the dry, warm spring is northeast Wyoming, which we were just talking about, is in major need of some moisture. So according to the Old Farmer's Almanac, that area will experience a drier and warmer spring than other parts of Wyoming. So if it is accurate, that's something we don't want, but I would actually put my money on Don Day's weather forecast over the Farmer's Almanac. But this is a cool story. Andrew Rossi wrote it for Cowboy State Daily. I love Andrew's stories. He really puts a lot of time and information into them. And so he talks about the oldest and most trusted American almanacs have released their summer 2025 forecast, but it sounds like our folks still actually utilizing the Farmer's Almanac. And there are two different publications, one from 1818 and one from 1792, or when they started. Of course, they do yearly publications on it, but how they get their metrics and how they come up with their data is still kind of yet to be known. But it sounds like Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day says contradictions are the most consistent part of the long-term forecast for Wyoming. And Don will be the first person to tell you making a long prediction in Wyoming is always tough when it comes to the weather. I mean, predicting the weather in general is tough, and Don Day knows all about that. So Glad to be here filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm really looking forward to getting Patrick Edwards on the show. He'll be joining us to chat about fishing. Angling Wisdom is the podcast that he hosts, and then he does a lot of fantastic recipes. So looking forward to getting him on the show this morning. And if you're a walleye fisher, that might be an interview you want to make sure you pay attention to. I'm going to make sure Patrick doesn't give away any spots or any locations. He's pretty good about that, but he does have some phenomenal information when it comes to fishing. So he'll be coming on here momentarily. Last day of March tomorrow. Friendly reminder is April Fool's Day.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. Daily features include our popular sunrise photo of the day, our daily Darwin, Same Guys Dancing, and more. You'll enjoy our regular Wyoming life features, daily video newscasts and podcasts, and frequent opinion pieces from a carefully curated collection of the state's finest columnists. All of this in addition to the core mission, providing statewide news coverage in a clear, plain manner with up-to-the-minute breaking news when and where it happens. Cowboy State Daily's collective of reporters, photographers, videographers, and editors are dedicated to quality, unbiased daily journalism here in Wyoming. Find out why Cowboy State Daily is considered Wyoming's largest and most experienced newsroom. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right seat.
All right, it's still a chilly morning where I'm located. Good morning. Shireen Herrera filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Glad to be here on the last day of March. That friendly reminder that tomorrow is April Fool's Day. That's right, April Fool's Day. Tomorrow, if you're like me and you're gullible, then you want to avoid tomorrow a little bit. And hey, if you see any cool April Fool's jokes happening tomorrow, send them to me so that on Wednesday's show, I can kind of chat about that a little bit. March Madness continues. We have our Final Four that's set for this weekend, and I'm pretty excited. I have a bracket that I'm involved in with hundreds and hundreds of people, and I'm second place. Yes, second place, and I'm not tied for second place. I actually have a couple more points than third and a couple less points than first. But on Saturday night, we'll have the Final Four for March Madness. And so all the time wasting and lack of work that is being done will end after we get our big dance out of the way. So either Florida, Auburn, or Houston and Duke will be taking on each other in the big dance with March Madness. Like I said, I'm second place in my bracket, and I have Duke and Florida in the big dance itself. Now, I'm not sure with the way Florida was playing against Texas Tech whether or not they'll actually beat Duke, but I have them beating Duke in the big dance by just a few points. So it seems like a lot of games have actually been really close when it comes to the games in March Madness. And what's really interesting is I think a lot of people assume with March Madness that the number one seeds have consistently made it to the Final Four. Now, that's true somewhat, but there has really only been 2 times in the history of the bracket challenge since they put in the 64 teams in the early 80s that all 4 of the Final Four teams are number one seeds. This hasn't happened since 2008. And this year, here we have Florida and Auburn, both number one seeds, and Houston and Duke, who are both number one seeds as well. So, like I said, I'm second place in our bracket, and I have Florida and Duke that are in it to win it. And hopefully Florida comes out on top. So I end up winning our bracket challenge here. But we have some prizes and stuff that we're giving away. I'm not eligible for it because it's involved with my job, but we have hundreds of people who are playing, and it's cool because this is my 4th year playing this one, and I've never landed in second place going into the Final Four. So I'll be looking to see if Florida and Duke advance, and it's all points based. So the more teams or the more games you guess right, the more points you get. And so if I guess Florida and Duke both advancing, I get more points. And then if Florida wins, I'll get some more points that way as well. So the NCAA Final Four will be this weekend, and then we'll have our championship on Monday. It'll be a week from today will be the championship game for March Madness. And then the madness can be done for sports-wise. Parents are dealing with all kinds of stuff. I know parents in volleyball, hockey, track, and soccer right now. And so parents really busy that way. Other sports folks will be watching, of course, NFL draft, the schedule release. Hockey has their playoffs coming up. So, yeah, just kind of an exciting time in the world of sports. End of the school year, too, like I said. So some great athletics that way with soccer and track. Always looking at the weather too. I feel bad for some kids running track. The start of April can always be a little dicey in Wyoming. So, but yeah, Final Four, NCAA, we got it continuing this weekend. That's right, this weekend. And I know that's what I'll be watching, mainly because I'm second place. Can you believe that? I can't believe it. I've done a bracket for many years, even before I filled out the bracket challenge. And I've never, ever wound up in the top there. So, all right, folks, we've got somebody waiting in the guest area. I'm pretty excited. Get ready. We're going to talk some fishing, folks. That's right. Talk some fishing. All right, let's see. We'll get Patrick with Angling Wisdom. Patrick Edwards is joining the Cowboy State Daily morning show here. Patrick, are you there? See if Patrick jumps on here momentarily. Get him on. All I want to do is talk about walleye fishing. So hopefully Patrick will jump on here momentarily. Let's get that rodeo report back on here. And although I did just play it, although, you know, I said I love to support the rodeo. So let's look at the Western Ag Rodeo Network here and back in just a moment.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, 2-time world champion tie-down roper Riley Webb. He set earnings record the last 2 years in professional rodeo. He's won the last 2 world titles in the tie-down roping. We'll talk to Riley from his trailer at Rodeo Austin in Texas, where he continues to chase the #1 spot in the world. Riley Webb coming up.
Ranchers, it's time for the Northern Lights annual Red Angus Bull Sale. This Thursday, April 3rd, the Risa family of Opine, Montana will sell 43 yearling Red Angus bulls, 20 bred commercial heifers, and 40 open commercial heifers at the Glasgow Stockyards. This is a commercial cowman's opportunity to invest in new, competitive genetics that'll help you market high-quality Red Angus feeder cattle and replacement females. Sale time is 1 o'clock, also carried live on DB Auctions and Cattle USA. For more information, visit northernlightsredangus.com.
Ranchers, calving is one of the most important times on your ranch. So give yourself a little peace of mind and let Western Ranch Supply be your calving headquarters. Hi, this is Shane. From calf sleds and calf warmers to colostrum, electrolyte solutions, and milk replacer. After all, profitability starts with a live calf. We also have the largest selection of ear tags at the best prices around. Western Ranch Supply, your calving supply headquarters. 7305 Entryway Drive in Billings or online at westernranchsupply.com.
You're just 21 years old. Did you ever dream that, I suppose you dreamt. Did you, just tell me, you have 2 world titles already. Some people compete all their lives and never win a gold buckle. Talk about that.
Yes, sir. I'm very, very blessed to have, already done that early in my career and have a chance to add some more. But yes, sir, I always wanted to, make the NFR growing up. Always wanted to, have a chance to win world titles. You always dream about it being, really good, but I don't think I could have dreamt it up any better how it's gone so far for me. I've been very blessed and fortunate that it's been going this way so far.
Riley Webb on the Rodeo Roadshow, the 2-time and reigning world champion, #1 tie-down roper in the world right now. And Riley Webb from Denton, Texas, roped his first calf competitively at the age of 11, and he has been going gangbusters ever since. Resistol Rookie of the Year, 3 qualifications to the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo. The last 2 qualifications have resulted in a world title for the 21-year-old from Denton, Texas. And by the way, he's #1 in the world right now. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
All right, we are back in action. I'm Shireen Herrera filling in for Jake, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I think we have the great white sucker himself here. Patrick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you sound wonderful as always. Patrick, how are you this morning?
I'm doing great, Shireen. How are you?
Oh, doing fantastic now that we get to talk some fishing, my friend.
Yeah, you threw in the old nickname in there. You might as well talk about fishing, right?
Right? Yeah, Patrick is affectionately known as the Great White Sucker because Patrick scored himself a world record. I'm not talking about a state record here, a world record fish. Every time I chat with anybody about fishing in Wyoming, Pat, I bring that up. Now, how long ago was that you scored that world record?
That's been a couple of years ago now. And yeah, I do have this fault in my psyche of being a multi-species angler and trying to catch everything. So it was bound to happen at some point.
Well, Patrick, you live the life. I talk about folks. You have a podcast, Angling Wisdom. Urge you to check that out. And I also urge folks, I'm in the world of podcasting, and there's a lot of podcasts out there. If you're going to listen to a podcast or retain content about a certain topic you love or a hobby you have, you should make sure that the podcast you're listening to has a host that is very knowledgeable, that lives that lifestyle, and can really bring that to the table. And that's something you eat, breathe, live fishing.
Yeah, that's a fact. I'm usually out between 50 and 100 times a year, fishing all over the state, all over the region, trying to catch as many species as possible. So like some anglers are like, I want to catch certain size fish this year. I'm like, how many species can I catch? So I'm usually shooting for like 20 to 30 species. Last year I got 22, the year before 25. So just trying to catch as many species as possible. And really my show is designed to help people become better anglers. That's the whole point of it, is I want to leave a legacy of helping people be great stewards out there on the water, learn how to be great fishermen, and also just really enjoy themselves. I mean, we live in one of the coolest places to go fishing, right, Shireen?
Right. Yeah. My favorite. And one thing I wanted to talk about, speaking of living in one of the greatest places and fishing, is without giving up any of your secrets, are you excited for some walleye fishing, which should really start heating up here soon, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So walleye fishing is ramping up, and anybody that fishes for walleyes knows that this is the time of the year for the spawn. So I'm actually kind of leaving them alone right now. I'll pick it up probably mid-April. Probably still have a few spawning at that point, but Boyson's cleared off. All the major reservoirs have cleared off because of all this nice weather. And so this is the perfect time to get your boat out, make sure it starts, see if you can back down the ramp. That's always a little bit of a challenge for people. Get it in the water, go test it out, and go see if you can catch some walleyes. Because I mean, this is prime time to get into the walleye bite. Usually March is like the best time to catch the males. They tend to show up on the spawning grounds first, and then of course, some of those big females. So yeah, it's a great time to be a walleye angler.
Well, what do you have in store for the Angling Wisdom podcast? You can find it online, anglingwisdom.com. Any podcast platform that you use, if it's Apple, Spotify, Amazon Music, if you have the Android podcast built into your phone, just search Angling Wisdom. And any plans coming up for the podcast?
Yeah, so the best place really to get this information is YouTube. I do have it on Spotify, like you can watch it on Spotify as well. They've allowed that now, so you can watch my podcasts. But I have a really cool one coming up. So speaking of walleye fishing, is if you're a DIY angler and you like to make your own lures, so I actually have a bunch of stuff here, beads and hooks and stuff to make crawler harnesses. So I actually will have an episode coming out this Thursday on how you make your own crawler harnesses. And it's really easy to do and it's a lot of fun. I always have my kids involved helping me do it. And so I talk about how to tie snell knots and how to get actually 2 hooks on there so that you can have to hook the whole crawler on there for your crawler harness. Talk about different styles, different ways of doing it. So it's a really good one. If you need a springtime activity when we get those big spring snowstorms, which are coming,
Yep.
and you're locked in the house, it's like, hey, let's get out some gear and let's tie up our own crawler harnesses. So that's what's coming up next.
I had no idea. I mean, I know you build some of your own stuff. You use a lot of PK lures as well. But, as me being a fly fisher, I've tied my own flies for years. I don't anymore as much. I used to teach a class on it. I didn't really associate that with gear fishing. I think that's great.
Yeah, you can make all kinds of things. You can buy kits to make your own spinners. You can buy kits to mold your own jig heads. I mean, really, the sky is the limit. And so what I like to do on the show is just talk about why you would tie up a different, a rig, how you could rig things. I actually did one that's great for walleye anglers as well as how do you rig gulp minnows onto your jig? And there's several different ways to do it, and they're all effective for different reasons. So I talk about that. Talk about different lines, like why would you use braid in a certain situation, or monofilament or fluorocarbon. So it can get pretty technical, but I also like to dive into species specific things. So I did one that you would love, Shireen, on brook trout and the
Woohoo.
history of brook trout, where their native range is, how they've expanded westward. Talked about carp and how they were brought to the United States, all these different things. So I give you a little bit of history and some how to. So it's a lot of fun.
You know what I like about your podcast, Patrick, is that it's not necessarily guest based. There's times you do have that. You used to host kind of a guest based or a duo type of podcast that was extremely successful. You now are doing a solo podcast. I really like that. Has that been different though, adapting from having guests and having a co-host basically to doing stuff solo?
Yeah, you know how this goes. If you have to sit down and talk to yourself essentially for 20 minutes, it's kind of difficult, right? Because you have to have everything kind of outlined. So I had to get a little bit better about outlining. I had to get better about just being able to move along with the content. And it's been really good for me. I enjoy the guest ones because I love learning about why other people do what they do, what their specialty is. I always learn something. And we had, I think it was 160 plus episodes on the Radcast Outdoors podcast, which is still out there. A lot of great information on hunting and fishing. And it was a great experience for those 5 years to get ready to go out on my own and do it solo. And it can be a challenge. You know all about it, working in the industry, but
Right.
it can be challenging, but it's fun.
Yeah.
I enjoy it a lot.
Yeah, well, you do a fantastic job. You're a good-looking guy, so, that helps with camera presence, and, yeah, you have to be outlined. I didn't realize that too with Jake being gone. Half the time, I'm like deer in the headlights because I didn't have something prepared or maybe a guest didn't show up or something. I've already had that where I sound like a dork because I wasn't quite, prepared, but, you do a fantastic job. What I do like about it being solo is that you're not listening to what did you do for a living? How many fish have you caught? And, which is the normal, questions you ask any guest that's on a podcast. But for you, you're there as the host and you're able to talk about, making your own lures or having your kids involved. And then another cool thing is the recipes aspect of it. I feel like that really shines with you being solo.
Yeah, it was pretty fun to be able to make like we did walleye fish tacos, which was pretty cool, and did one on how to go and catch and make your own smoked trout dip, which is fantastic, by the way. So if you want to see that video, you can go to the YouTube channel. But it is fun doing it that way, but also, like you said, it's challenging. It's pushing myself to a new level, and when you have to come up with ideas of content creation on your own and you can't rely on a podcast partner who has a different specialty than you, it puts a lot more pressure on you, but that's good. And what I've realized is how much knowledge I have accumulated over the last 3 decades of like fishing hard.
Yep.
And it's been great to kind of dig up some of that old stuff and be like, oh yeah, if you just rig it this way, it works really well. Or in this situation, try this. And I have people that'll text me all week long, hey, I'm going to fish for this, like what would you recommend, the trout bites on, how do I do this, so it's kind of cool to be able to be a resource for folks. And I just started this YouTube channel and this podcast within the last year, and on just the YouTube side, it's grown to 350 subscribers already. And so it's kind of cool because I'm not doing like big promotional stuff, but just being authentic, being me, and getting out there and showing people what they can do.
And I think you hit the nail on the head, Patrick. That's why this will be just as successful as Radcast, is because you have the knowledge. Like I said, you live the life, you have the ability. You're very personable, you're charming, and you genuinely want to help. You're not like me, who's crusty and mean on the water. And, Patrick's always joking around because even my friends, they try to come up here and they're like, where are you taking me fishing? I'm like, I'm not taking you fishing. I'm not taking you to my spots. Ask Patrick.
Yeah, I'll give people pointers. I don't like taking people similar to you, right? Like I don't want to blow up all these spots. Like
Right.
that's no fun. Like I want people to have to work for it and learn. But it is cool to be able to show people just the basics and give them at least a general area to start and let them figure it out. That's part of the adventure. I had a buddy, he was like, man, I'm not catching enough fish. And he was just kind of down on himself. I'm like, look, man, like the first few years, you got to figure it out. And once you figure it out, then it's a lot more fun because you can count on that spot at that time of year.
Yep, definitely. And that's what I do love about, conservation, fishing, hunting podcasts. I don't like when any of them really hone in on a certain area or be really specific or talk about, certain landmarks near them. Some of that stuff can be a little bit of a gray area for me. But with your podcast, you learn all kinds of cool stuff. And the other portion is how to get your kids involved. And Patrick, how many kids do you have again?
I have 4 kiddos and they all fish and they all know how to tie their own knots. And so, yeah, it's good to get the kids involved. Like I said, building these crawler harnesses, my son loves it because I mean, you have all these different color combinations you can make. He's like, Dad, what if we try this one with this one? And what if we had this kind of bead instead of that kind of bead? So it's fun to get kids involved, and that is the future of fishing. Is that when I'm gone, hopefully my kids will be taking their kids, and so that's kind of a focus for me for sure on the show is to pass that along.
And making good stewards too. I know Patrick
Mhm.
constantly talks to his children and folks who are watching about, respecting the area you're in, being good stewards of the land, being involved in conservation. You're wearing your Kafaru shirt. Big shout out to them. They're awesome. They're based here
They
now
are.
in central Wyoming. And you guys just had a little cool ice fishing outing too. And you invited anybody that wanted to come up for this. We talk about families, friends, single folks, whatever. How was that?
It was so much fun. It was typical Du Bois with the wind up at the lake that we went to. So it was super windy, but we just had a blast. I mean, had all kinds of different people, different backgrounds out on the ice. I think on the Saturday that we went, we caught over 100 fish, which was really cool. We had a kid there. He actually won the top prize. He got like 15 fish, and he got to pick out, I think he got like a Montana Knife Company fillet knife and like a really cool hat and some other Kafaru gear. It was really fun. And my buddy Kevin Herman, shout out to Kevin, he came and helped me. But yeah, Kevin and I just kind of helped people find fish, move people around, drilled the holes, just kind of hung out and visited with people, and it was really fun. One of the things that fishing can provide is good community, and that's really what the goal of that event was, is to build that community. And going back to your stewardship thing, I'm going to get with you because the week before the fishing derby, for the kids fishing derby in Riverton, we're going to do another pond cleanup, so I'll get with you on that too, because it is about really showing the kids the right way to do it, taking them out, cleaning up the mess. Then they realize that's not okay, and this is why it's not okay, and it kind of helps the next generation do better.
Yeah, I love seeing all of the kids involved and the stewardship that you do, and the pond cleanup. For the folks that are watching, Patrick's referring to an area called the Rendezvous Ponds in central Wyoming in Riverton, which is a great place for kids to go fishing, but unfortunately, it can be really disrespected at times, or a lot of trash can build up, whether it's the wind or a human. And I think a lot of people here locally, Patrick, don't realize how much work you and the folks with Game and Fish and your children put into making sure that place is cleaned up, because you can promote it all you want, but unless people actually show up to help, you're the one stuck cleaning it up.
Yeah, this year will be the third annual. So we've done two of these prior. The last one we had like 20 people show up, which was fantastic. I think the first one we had maybe a dozen. And so it's growing every year, and it goes quicker every year. And it's so much better. I mean, we were hauling like crazy stuff out of there, like people's old kitchen cabinets that they dumped there because they didn't want to haul them to the landfill.
Isn't that
Just stuff
crazy?
like that. And so that initial time, like we had a roll off dumpster, filled it up, got rid of a whole bunch of stuff. And this year, I was talking to John DeSaulnier from Game and Fish about this just yesterday. I was like, I think it's going to be a lot better, just because we've kind of set a precedent that like we're going to keep this clean, we're going to make it great for the kids, because the weekend after our cleanup is the kids fishing derby, and we want to ensure that they have the best experience possible. So we try to get all the junk cleaned up and just make it look really nice, and talk to the kids about why you pick up your styrofoam, why you don't throw your fishing line on the ground, and just try to set a good example.
I love it. Angling Wisdom with Patrick Edwards, anglingwisdom.com. Patrick, you mentioned earlier you always have kind of an idea or a goal of maybe a certain amount of species of fish you would like to catch. Has that changed this year? Do you have a new one you have your eyes on?
Oh man, I do. And I have been unsuccessful the last couple of years. The shovel-nosed sturgeon is one of the only fish species in Wyoming I haven't caught yet. And I am going to get one. It's just a matter of when. So that one's on the list. I want to get that one caught. And there's as well the stone cat, which is a small catfish that's only about this long. They're really hard
Aw.
to find. And so I want to catch one of those. But yeah, I mean, there's always ideas. One of the things I was talking to somebody about yesterday is the Master Angler program. I have my plaque up there for the 10 species, the ultimate angler, but pushing yourself to go beyond that and trying to get another plaque, because there's 24 species that you can catch. And the one that I think you would agree with me is one of the hardest to do, period, is the golden trout,
Yep.
because they're hard to catch anyway,
Yep.
and they're way out there. I mean, you got to backpack in to get to these things. So they're really hard to get to. They're really finicky. They're hard to catch. And so I have a whole plan of how I'm going to try to get one of those that's a master angler size. I've caught several in the last few years that are just a little too short. So it's like, I'm going to figure that one out this year, I hope.
One of these years, I want to also get a golden, and I have yet to do it. I haven't backpacked as much in as you have. But the one thing you and I kind of talked about is I want to go one step further on the golden. I don't want to get the golden in a lake. I want to get it in one of the small little creeks or streams or rivers that's going from one waterway to the next. And so I want to consider what's a river run or a stream run or a creek run golden. I don't know if that's what you would call them, but I want to go one step further. I haven't even caught one before, and here I am trying to make it unachievable, but
Well, last year, my buddy Seth and I, for our 40th birthdays, we went up to the Winds and we were trying to do that. And there's like these two lakes, and there's a little stretch of water in
Yep.
between.
Uh-huh.
And I was up kind of spotting for him. I'm like, there's a fish down right in that hole, and he's like throws his fly in there and he hooks into this one. It's probably 19 inches. Really nice
Oh
golden.
man.
And it broke the tip of the hook off. It was one of those really small. It's probably a number 16 elk hair caddis, just
Sure,
like broke
yeah.
the tip off.
Yeah.
And he was just devastated. And then a storm rolled in. We had to get out of there because it was just a massive thunderstorm. We're at like 11,400 feet. So I was like, yeah, we should probably leave. But we ended up catching some small ones, but nothing monstrous. But there are some big ones in the winds, and I definitely want to get that done. So you'll have to go with me. And by the way, you did post a taunting picture the other day, one of those big pyramid lake cuts. And I was like, oh, that's one of the fish I want to get at some point.
Yeah, 19 and a half pounds. I was just shy of the 20-pound mark, which means I'm not in the
Man.
20-pound club, but I've been fortunate to catch a 15-pound. I think I had an 18-pound once, and then the 19 and a half pound. But that was on a boat. For those of you that know what lake we're referring to, it's really difficult because they had the permits change. And so if you do have a boat, it's really expensive now to get it actually on the water anymore. So it's harder, I think, to get on a boat. If you take a guided trip down there, it's mostly always from shore. They do have some pontoon boats, but you're usually on a ladder. And honestly, Pat, if I was on a ladder and I caught a fish that was just shy of 20 pounds, I don't know if I would have landed it, and I don't know if I would have stayed on the ladder because if you got a fish that size, pull it, and you're trying to walk down a ladder, it's chaos. And so those are the largest trout. They're in a saltwater area, but they're the pilots and what are the other ones? Pilots and the summits? Yeah, pilots and the summits. And they can get over 20 pounds, and they're a trout.
It's so cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's nuts.
I have a big trip this year. I'm going to go down to Flaming Gorge with a guide. Shane Dubois is his name, and he operates Recon Angling out of Buckboard Marina. And we're going for trophy lake trout. And I can't wait for that. That's early May. And so I'm like, man, we're only a few weeks out. I'm getting really excited. And he's super stoked too, but he's like the best guy down there on the gorge, in my opinion, and veteran, just a really great guy. So that's another thing for your listeners. If you want to figure out a body of water, hire a guide.
Yep. There you go.
And it helps support our industries here in the state. So hire those guides, go out there with them, be respectful to them, tip them. Because it is a tough livelihood being a guide, but it really does help. It takes a lot of the time out of it. So if you want to figure out a place and figure out how to fish it, go with a guide. It's
Yep.
really that simple.
And you talk about I was talking about the 20-pound. I should have said cutthroat trout is what they are. So that's
Mhm.
why the 20 pounds or 19 and a half is so big. But lake trout, they
So
get
big.
they get well over 20 pounds, right?
Yeah, Flaming Gorge has Lakers up to 50 pounds. And so hopefully we'll get into something around there, but
Yeah.
who knows what it'll be. But we're gonna go have a good time. We're gonna also target some kokanee salmon and just have fun. That's the biggest thing. I want to enjoy doing this, and I want to enjoy doing this show. And a lot of it is just getting out there and having fun and having stories to tell and being able to pass on some of that knowledge to the listener.
Have you ever caught a kokanee on Boysen?
Not on Boysen. Well, I should say not exactly. I've caught walleyes that were throwing them up in my boat because they'd just eaten a whole bunch of them that were stocked. But I actually saw them on the sonar this past year, and they tend to hug around like cliffy areas.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was a couple of places on the reservoir that you could see that they were kokanee, because I used to fish them on the gorge.
Right.
And so you can tell that like when they're down in that, thermocline, they're just kind of hanging out there all in a row.
And you can see the
'cause
red.
They like to eat.
Right?
Yeah. Because they eat like plankton and other stuff. And Boysen has a lot of that. So they should get pretty good size if they keep stocking them. I don't know if they will or not, but you can see them on the sonar, but I couldn't get them to hit anything. But it was late in the season too. So, but yeah, they are definitely in there. I just haven't caught one yet. I know some people that had some close to the boat and one that landed one, but they're pretty decent size already.
Yeah, that's crazy to hear that even the great white sucker himself has not caught a kokanee, because Game and Fish were like
Well-
concerned. They're like, we haven't heard of anybody catching one.
Well, not out of Boysen, right? Like, the thing is, every body of water is different. Like, I think the kokanee fell prey a lot to the walleyes.
Yep.
The walleye,
Mhm.
they key in on those things, and if you're suspending those walleyes, it's like heyday for them, especially when it gets dark, because their eyes are perfect for hunting in the night. So I'm sure a lot of the kokanee got eaten at night, just like what
Makes
happens
sense.
on Flaming Gorge. The bird would eat a lot of them too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we'll get it done this year. I'm gonna actually try for them a little bit more. Last year, I barely even tried. I didn't have the right gear with me because I was fishing for walleye.
Okay.
So yeah, hopefully we'll get one. I was talking to Joe, the biologist at Lander too, and I was like, "Has anybody caught one?" He's like, "I haven't seen anybody catch
Please.
one, but I had a buddy send me a picture last year of one that was like 16 inches. So there are a few out there being caught."
That's perfect kokanee smoking size right there. If you do,
Delicious.
yeah. I told everybody before you came on that your smoked salmon is the best. So real quick, we have to give out a shout out to who do you get all your seasonings and stuff from that you make all this good stuff from?
So High Mountain Seasonings, based right here in Riverton, they have the best fish brine on the market. It's called Gourmet Fish Brine, and they have several different ones. There's a wild trout one, and there's an Alaskan one, but the Gourmet Fish Brine is the best, and that's what I use all the time. I buy it in bulk. You can buy like a 5-pound bulk pack. That's what I do. It usually lasts me about a year and a half, and I'll smoke salmon, trout, whatever with it, and it's fantastic. So give the guys at High Mountain Seasoning some love. It's highmountainjerky.com or HIMTNjerky.com. But yeah, they have amazing products.
All right, Patrick Edwards, anglingwisdom.com. Find Angling Wisdom on YouTube. Pat, yeah, we'll have to get you back on with Jake too when you do your cleanup this summer, okay?
Yeah, that would be awesome. That'd be great.
All right, Pat, I'll see you on the water or not.
All right, thanks, Shireen. We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, March 31st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A new TV series on Paramount Plus will feature the story of Keith Jesperson, who admitted to murdering at least 8 women across 5 states, including Wyoming, between 1990 and 1995. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke with one of the detectives who interviewed the serial killer in 1996 about how he murdered 21-year-old Angela Sabriz at a truck stop outside of Cheyenne.
He sat down face to face with him and just was appalled by how proud he was of the crimes. And when they asked him, did you do this? He said, yeah. And this is why.
Over the years, Jesperson has shared his story in books and news articles, as has his daughter, Melissa Moore, who has spent decades of her life attempting to rectify the truth about her father's crimes that she'd learned about as a teen. Thermopolis resident Jessica Lippincott had a life-changing experience as a result of the 23andMe DNA test she took to explore her family's medical history, not only learning who her biological father was, but also discovering that she had 49 half-siblings. But like other 23andMe customers, she told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that she's been doing a little soul-searching after learning the company has gone bankrupt and plans to auction the company and the genetic data it collected to the highest bidder.
She decided that she really wasn't that concerned about her data being with a new company. The new company still has to follow all the applicable laws that already govern such data. Hannah Snitko, she's here in Cheyenne. Her and her fiance did this during the pandemic. They kind of had opposite reactions. His reaction when he heard it was just to immediately go delete the data, and she decided that she would delete her data too, but found that she couldn't because the sites were far too busy. As of Friday, her data was still on the database.
The bankruptcy court judge hearing 23andMe's case in the Eastern District of Missouri has already signed off on attempts to find a buyer for the company. Bids are due by May 7th, after which there will be a hearing to examine the potential sale sometime in June. Well, a Wyoming ranching family is asking for President Donald Trump's help in settling a dispute between the U.S. Forest Service and their daughter and son-in-law on the younger couple's South Dakota ranch. Heather and Charles Maud have their own ranch near Caputa, South Dakota. The Forest Service has accused the Mauds of theft of government property because of a property dispute over a 75-year-old fence line. And Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that last summer, a Forest Service agent showed up at the Mauds' home in full tactical gear to serve them indictments.
Heather is a Wyoming native. She actually is from Niobrara County. Her parents publicly put out the call that they'd like President Trump to somehow intervene and help them with this case that their daughter and son-in-law are facing. To our knowledge, there hasn't been any response yet from the Trump administration. I did reach out to the Mods, the daughter and son-in-law who own the ranch in South Dakota. They've told me this a couple times before. They can't really talk because it's an ongoing case and they're still under federal indictments.
The Mods case has sparked nationwide outrage over what many perceive as a heavy-handed overreaction by the federal government. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolason Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Well, after eating his 5 traveling companions in the Colorado mountains in the winter of 1874, Alfred Packer eluded capture for nearly a decade. One of the most infamous cannibals in U.S. history, Packer was caught and brought to justice by Albany County Deputy Sheriff Malcolm Campbell in 1883. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy researched the infamous murders, and what she found made her just a bit squeamish.
I was actually sympathetic to this guy, Alfred Packer, for eating his companions until I really dug into the story, pun intended. I was reading about what he did, and it really sounds like he murdered 5 of his companions and slowly ate their flesh over 6 weeks. And when he emerged from the wilderness, instead of being starving, they said his face was bloated. So I'll let you be the judge. Read the story and let me know what you think.
Packer was paroled in 1901, and in 1907, at the age of 65, he died from a stroke. He is rumored to have become a vegetarian before his death. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Christopher Holton. I'm very active. It was a Saturday morning. Normally I go for my normal walk.
With no warning, Chris suffered a near-fatal heart attack. But thankfully, Brian Buckley, a bystander, saw him collapse and rushed to help.
He did this big gasp for air and then just stopped. It's like I went into autopilot. It's like all that training I did back in the day around CPR just magically came out of nowhere.
Because of the CPR training that Brian received, Chris did make it and didn't die on the trail that day. CPR training provided by the American Heart Association.
Looking at your hands, these 2 hands could save a life.
Being a father, you want to be around. You want to be around for your kids.
Heart disease is America's #1 killer. To learn more about how the American Heart Association helps save lives, go to helpheart.org.
All right, glad to be back here. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen filling in for Jake on the last day of March. Friendly reminder that tomorrow is April Fool's Day. And so if you're like me, you might be a little gullible. But we've got a guest joining the show. Dale, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for joining this morning, sir.
Sure.
How's your morning going?
Well, we just got out of our editorial meeting, so we got a new week, new stories to pursue.
Anything exciting?
I'll find out.
Always, right?
Part of it is always the hunt,
Yeah,
getting people to answer phones.
That is the crazy part, Dale. I was talking to, I think it was Jackie or Renee and maybe even Abby about basically cold calling people for information. And it seems like people more and more don't want to get a phone call anymore. They'd rather just get a text.
Yeah, I'm finding that for sure. Yeah, they respond to text, but you can leave messages on the phone and nothing, and then you send a text and they get back to you.
Right away. Yeah, it's sad to see the world kind of moving that way and less phone calls, but I guess I understand the ease of texting. So, Dale, what's one of your recent stories that we should talk about here?
Well, I had a couple over the weekend. One was I thought was cool. Was about the pistol that's at the Casper Museum. The Fort Casper Museum. They have a pistol that belonged to Tom O'Day, one of the lesser known Wild Bunch guys, and the way it came to them was he needed to pay his attorney fee. He was involved in robbing some horses back in the day. And in 1903, he was arrested in November. And then in February of 1904, he was put on trial. And two trials, he was acquitted. The jury couldn't come up with a verdict. And then the third trial, they convicted him. And his attorney needed to be paid. So apparently, he gave him his pistol and a saddle, and according to one account, his horse, as payment. So that pistol, came down through the family, and the attorney's daughter in the early 60s donated it to what was then the Natrona County Pioneer Museum. And then it came over to Fort Casper when that museum closed. So they have this pistol that goes back to, Tom O'Day, who some people say was a really bad guy. Some people say, he was you know, one of the ones that wouldn't kill people. But anyway, one of the Wild Bunch members, and it's kind of a cool thing to look and see that and know that that belonged to this famous character.
Yeah, history is always interesting. And if we don't have folks like yourself, Dale, to write these stories, because honestly, I wish attendance at museums would go up a little bit because they have such great history. I mean, that's why the things are in the museum themselves. But, it seems like more and more spring breaks aren't, the museums aren't the hot spot for spring break trips with families and stuff like that. So I love that you're writing these stories to kind of bring them back to the surface again.
Yeah, and I really enjoy that. It's one of my favorite things is to write about history.
There's a lot of history in Wyoming, a lot of crazy
There
history.
absolutely is.
Yeah, I love your stories. Dale, of course, you can find his author page on cowboystatedaily.com. I was looking at some other stuff you write. Dale, you like to write obviously about history. You had the more than a century of ranching along Hat 6 Road near Casper. I thought that was a great one.
Yeah, and that was a presentation at the Natrona County Historical Society this past week. And I've since heard from some other ranchers, like, why weren't we involved? And they weren't at the meeting. But yeah, some really cool stories that came out of that meeting. One of them that really stuck out was uh, this cowboy that rode across from one side of Casper to the other, which probably is maybe 25 miles, maybe more than that, out to a ranch to deliver some medicine in the middle of the winter. And he lost a couple of horses on the way over because of the bitter cold. And I don't know if he was wading creeks, going through icy creeks or whatever, but took him all day, got to the ranch, and he was frozen, and they had to take him off of his horse to get him inside to get warm. So, but he delivered some life-saving medicine to
Well,
this
yeah,
to a
it's
young man.
like the Wild West of the Iditarod bringing the penicillin via dog sled. It was horses for us, but the wind can, depending on which way he was going, 25 miles, that wind can get intense in the winter.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Casper,
Yeah.
40 miles an hour seems like it's the average wind
Oh, yeah.
speed in the time in Casper.
Yeah, that's nothing there. Dale, I was driving by. It's weird that you came out with this story because I want to say I saw it on Cowboy State Daily, but it was on Saturday, and I don't think the story actually came out until Sunday. But I was driving near Hat 6 coming back from Denver, and I was thinking to myself about just the landscape. I don't know why. Like I said, I feel like I saw your story, but I don't know if I could have at that point. But I was thinking about the landscape and how many ranchers and farmers lived in that area. And it just kind of was something I was thinking about while I was driving along Hat 6 area.
Yeah, and there's a few of them out there, and it's such a beautiful such a beautiful road to drive down, Hat 6 Road, to go past these ranches. But it's a really beautiful drive at the east end of Casper Mountain.
I have a request for you, Dale.
Okay.
If there's a chance, I would love to know more about the Powder River area and the old Tumble Inn, but some of the houses and some of the homesteads that folks had there, and there's people that still live out there, and there's actually a few decent houses and then a few not so decent houses. I'm just curious the history.
Okay, I'll
All
take
right.
that as an assignment.
Yeah. Don't tell your boss, but I mean, it
Okay.
seems like such a cool area and it must have some really cool stories. I just feel like it does every time I drive through.
Well, actually, I've had my eye on that as well, and I have gone out to places and knocked on doors to try and find stories. So that spurs me on. So appreciate that.
Well, the next time I get pulled over through there, because that's a speed trap. Every time you forget to slow down to 45 from 75, there's somebody waiting there for you. But I'm going to tell the police officer too to let me know to talk to in that town because they've got to know where to go.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. Well, Dale, what's your rest of your day like? What are you going to do for fun?
Oh, for fun, I don't know. I'm gonna go to court for one thing to see if anything's shaking there, and trying to call the police. We'd like to do a follow on the shooting that happened a couple of weeks ago, but the police have been kind of mum about that, so we're trying to get some more information on that.
That's always really difficult to go through the process of, public relations when it has to do with the first responders or the police officers. So that's always a waiting game. It seems like Dale.
It is, but we just try to be persistent.
Dale, one last question for you. What does Dale Killingbeck like to do in his spare time?
In my spare time, I like to read. I like to play guitar. I play guitar,
Ooh.
and I like to hike, get out in the wild and hike.
Awesome. Well, you live in a perfect place for it. I wish you had your guitar with you because that would be fun. But that's cool. So, do you like to play like acoustic or like a steel guitar or electric guitar? What do you like?
It's acoustic
Okay.
guitar, yeah. I do more folk stuff, so
Oh, good. Well, that's all coming back, Dale. That's becoming
yeah.
popular
If you
again.
live long enough, it comes back, and
Yeah.
I've lived long enough, so
There you go. There you go. All right, Dale, anything else we should mention? Anything you might be working on you want to tease or just leave it as an air of mystery?
let's leave it as an air of mystery because there's nothing for sure at this moment. So
Nothing too exciting for Dale to tease on quite yet, but there always will be because you just wait 5 minutes and the news will pop up somewhere.
right.
All right, Dale, it's been great having you on, and I can't wait to chat with you again, okay?
Okay, take care.
All right,
Have a
bye-bye.
great day.
Oh, that was fun. It's good to get Dale on Cowboy State Daily. Dale has some fantastic stories. I've read so many of Dale's stories, and I had like 10 questions I wanted to ask him. The one question I forgot was the uranium miner that was so radioactive that grass wouldn't grow on his grave. And that was a part of Wyoming history from Dale Killenbeck. Cowboy State Daily. That is fantastic. I love that. And just some great information from Dale and his stories. He's also the gentleman that wrote the story on every hockey parent's worst nightmare, the Casper youth player that took a skate to the neck. And so he wrote that story. He's just got some fascinating stories online with Cowboy State Daily. I'm Shireen filling in for Jake, Cowboy State Daily, and the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
All right, back in action. I'm Shireen Herrera, also known as Shireen the Adventure Queen. I am filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for being encouraging, and just looking forward to the next few days this week with you. And Jake will be back next week. We also have a new Saturday morning show with Mr. John Beggs. You can tune in to Cowboy State Daily on YouTube, Facebook, or online and be able to listen to John and his Saturday morning show, which will be a potpourri of all kinds of stuff, from concerts, fun stories, reminiscing, old cool stories, and more. And again, that'll be Saturday morning with the Cowboy State Daily crew. We just had Patrick Edwards on. He started the show about an hour ago. So if you want to rewind, I recommend doing that. Patrick Edwards is a world record holder when it comes to fishing. And Patrick does such a fantastic job. And he is also the host of Angling Wisdom, the podcast. And so it was just great to have Patrick in on the show, and not only talking about fishing, but Patrick also was chatting about, being good stewards of the land, also about podcasting too. So it was great having Patrick Edwards on the show. And we do have another guest that's joining us. Let's see if we can get Lisa. Lisa, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi, how are you this morning?
I'm excited.
Me
Yay,
too.
radio show.
Radio and TV. Woo.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, good times. Well, Lisa Morgan is joining us. And Lisa, tell the folks a little bit about yourself.
Oh my gosh. I'm 73. I retired to Albuquerque, New Mexico after living in St. Louis for 40 years. I've got 3 kids, 2 grandchildren. We've always had dogs, my earth angels.
Woohoo.
And I'm actually coming out of retirement. I am doing round 2 of my coaching after a 25-year journey through the dark night of the soul.
Well,
So, having worked with over 100 therapists, coaches, psychics, shamans, body workers, healers, anything energy oriented. Yeah. But I worked for 18 years as a board certified music therapist in the psychiatric divisions in the general hospitals in St. Louis starting in 1980. And that's, hindsight heals. Once you've lived long enough and you look back, you can put the puzzle pieces together and you see how everything fit into the puzzle. And Yeah. So is that enough?
Yeah. I figured you must be in Albuquerque because your website, Lisa M Coaching, ABQ.com. For any of us that know New Mexico, we know Albuquerque is ABQ. And so I figured that's where you must be located. And to be honest with you, Lisa, New Mexico was just ranked as the #1 most stressed state in America. And from living there, especially in Albuquerque, the things that they deal with mentally, the poverty level as well, cultural differences, and so they could use maybe some Lisa M, huh?
Absolutely. Yeah. But so is the whole world. When I started on my healing journey, I actually shattered, literally shattered. I went from 48 years of living with passion, exuberance, vitality, joy, incredible success, and I built music therapy for nothing to a hospital-wide program. But when I quit 2 hospitals because of corporate downsizing that were absolutely toxic, and I walked away and I said, it's killing my soul. It's robbing me of my joy. It's turning me into an ugly person. I'm out of here. And with the second hospital, I said, I'll never be an employee again. So that kind of set the stage for when ultimately I went home to be with my kids. I had an intermediate period, about 4 or 5 years, off, and then I wanted to get back out in the world. And it was that decision to, okay, now I got to figure out what I'm gonna be now that I'm not gonna be an employee, that I started teaching a 1-hour music class to children, that I had never worked with children. And I got so triggered in that 1-hour class that it was like my body got hijacked, panic and anxiety. I was just like disintegrating and derailed and completely discombobulated. And I was panic and anxiety, and I was hiding in the basement. It took me a whole week to develop a 1-hour class. I was just completely shattered. And and in that moment, I knew that obviously something was terribly wrong. But and I made a vow. I said, I don't know what this is, but I am going to figure it out. And I had worked in psychiatry, so it wasn't like, but trauma was not a word that was even in the vocabulary at that time. It didn't exist. So I had no idea where to go or even how to describe what it was that I was doing. But it's been quite a journey. So I'll tell you one more thing that's kind of fun. It's like Oprah and Dr. Phil became my first therapist. I mean, every day I was watching Oprah, and it was at a time when she started rolling out Remember Your Spirit. And I know her producers were like, "You are going to lose all your viewership. I mean, this is so crazy, woo woo. Nobody's going to want to watch this, blah blah blah." And I was hanging on by a lifeline because of that. And also, um, she was featuring a lot of life coaches,
Yeah.
and so that's kind of what I'd gone to something called the Landmark Education Forum, which was a huge transformational thing where I got introduced to the idea of coaching as a life coaching type approach. And it was like, okay, so then years later, I went online, I found the program, I got certified, and that gave me a reprieve. But I was like mini shatters and big, huge breakdowns. I mean, it was just back and forth.
So does that remembering your spirit like mantra or slogan did that help guide you to help others?
I've always I never thought I was very psychic or intuitive, but now looking back, I can say that I honestly always followed my inkling, always followed my heart, always followed the messages, intuitive guidance from within, and marched to the beat of my own drum. Music therapy was not a known commodity, but music, God gave me a lot of things to help me survive in this life. I've lived one of the most egregious, I mean extreme, abusive backgrounds, starting in the womb and the minute I was born. And it was nonstop. It was life threatening. It was, as a metaphor, as a kid, I was attracted to slavery books. And in high school and college and thereafter, anything and everything to do with the Holocaust. And that's because that's the life I lived. So, I know nothing about this. I have 100% total amnesia. And I think that was kind of what you were interested in, this idea of amnesia. I've never been able to find anything online that describes the kind of amnesia that I have. Is I have no conscious memories of any of the horrific things I lived through. You have to see a picture in your mind's eye to have a memory.
Right.
Like I remember my wedding day, like piece, step by step, everything. I have no conscious memories, no pictures of these horrific things that I lived through, and that is a divinely uh, imbued mechanism into the human DNA. And I actually soul fractured. A lot of people think of multiple personality disorder or Sybil, the movie Sybil.
Right.
When she fractured, basically was gone. Her host part was gone, and the part took over for like a year, and she could have been a boy or whatever. I didn't know anything about my past until I worked in this soundproof room in bioenergetic therapy, which is body sound energy work. And in that soundproof room, I had an energetic breakthrough, literally like it felt like dynamite blasting open my root chakra, and then this surge of energy flying up and out of my body and my mouth, opening like a snake unhinging, and then these blood curdling screams came out of my body. And I let my body do its thing. I wasn't afraid.
Good.
This is me. I don't know what this is. And then I finally looked up at my therapist, and her eyes were like as big as saucers. And it was like, what was that? You know?
Right.
And I worked in that room for 4.5 years. I mean, every week, sometimes twice a week. And that was the beginning of my parts releasing and coming out. And
I've heard, Lisa, I've heard lots of interesting stories and articles, and I actually know a couple people that are working in it, and I can't remember what it is, but they're using sound in a soundproof room or music to be able to heal and help with trauma, help with anxiety, help with all these things. And it is powerful stuff. And I think some people kind of think of it or don't even know it's there and don't know that that's actually a resource.
oh, yeah. Now that's more like sound healing than music therapy. I mean, there are lots of different avenues that people are using and creating, all these energy-based tools. Using a tuning fork and all these different tuning forks to the resonance. Every cell in your body has a frequency that is homeostasis for health. And when we have an emotional disturbance, we basically disrupted our energy system. And if it's extreme abuse, I mean, this was violent. It was, I have so, I've worked with so many people to heal all this disruption and, to just bring me back to wholeness, health, and well-being, and my joy again. I'm pretty good, don't you think?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah. You look great. You sound great. You're smiling, Lisa. I
yeah.
mean, we need, like I said, New Mexico needs Lisa M, and so does the rest of the country and world needs, a person to talk to that's been through some stuff and is also here to be a shining light. And I feel like your website kind of embodies that. Lisa M Coaching ABQ. Again, that's Lisa M. That's her name. Coachingabq.com. But you say you're here to inspire the passion in you. And I think I'm going to always kind of remember your Oprah line from this conversation of remembering your spirit.
Absolutely. And, you know, there are a lot of things that are sort of my mantras, but, as a music therapist and psychiatry, I said you can only take somebody as far as you've been, whether you're a coach or a therapist or a counselor or whatever you are. And I've been to hell and back a million times, I got to tell you. So I've walked the walk, I can talk the talk, and I almost have like a psychic sense of how I see what people can't see, hear what they haven't said, feelings they haven't been able to express. I'm a master coach and a master guide on a healing journey for individuals. I want them to have their freedom. I mean, we all deserve to have this life full of joy and passion and live our dreams and live from our authentic core. We've had a lot of SHIT dumped on us from the minute we were born. And it's really, healing is not about release. Healing is more about releasing what isn't yours and about trying to become something else. It's getting back to your essence and your core.
Lisa, how do folks, or what's the process like if they reach out to you? What are some steps you take to find out what kind of help they might need?
Well, the best thing is to text me. So 314-265-3491. And basically, I do a clarity call intake. And it's a very conversational, collaborative kind of a thing. And, I guide people through. I want to find out what's going on, what's up with you, why are you reaching out, and then I have really powerful breakthrough approaches. They're modules or different sessions that deal with perfectionism and early family paradigm. All the stuff that got rooted in us in childhood is really what's in the subconscious. So I do the clarity call, that's complimentary. Then I also have a money map clarity call that is the 5 types of money that people that are in business. I say I'm the inner game of business coaching. I don't coach to technology and websites. No, no, no. But if you're blocked, if you're stuck, if you're procrastinating, if you're perfectionistic, you've got this thing that you really want to do and you haven't been able to break through, and then you start beating yourself up, and that doesn't help. You know, your inner critic is creating more cortisol in your system. You're more stressed out. But anyway, I've got all these really powerful mechanisms to guide people through and get to the roots of what it is, whether it's in a life approach or whether it's a business approach. It's creating breakthrough. Motivation breakthrough coaching is a big thing of mine. Or transformation coaching for the people that really are on a spiritual mission and a deep dive, and they love that kind of work. I'm your gal. I'm your gal. And trauma, we've all been born into a pre-traumatized world, and we don't know it. It's like a fish swimming in the ocean. They don't know they're in the ocean. We are swimming in a sea of trauma. And the way I explain that is, have we really healed? Has society healed from all the war, World War I, World War II, genocides, the Holocaust? No, we haven't healed from that. All of it is in our DNA, in our environment, and we don't know it. And this period we are in is like the light against the dark. It's like waking up. It's like, it's love against fear. And I am passionate about that. Energy medicine, energy psychology is the way forward. Talk therapy is important, but it can only take you so far. You already know what you already know. It's what you don't know that living in that that you don't know living in the subconscious. So we got to get down to and blast through it, free you, free you.
All
You
right.
are so charming. You're
Oh,
so
thank you.
young, and they have all this interest in everything. It's exciting to see this.
Yeah, well, it's great to see you as well doing what you can in this crazy world that we live in. And I hope folks that are listening right now and watching Lisa and her energy and her passion and your genuine desire to help people, that they go to your website or text you, lisamcoachingabq.com. Lisa, I assume they can find your phone number on the website too, right?
Yeah, I'm going to say it one more time.
Okay.
314-265-3491. That is the best way to reach.
Awesome.
And 314 is actually St. Louis. It's not Albuquerque. So 314-265-3491. And thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. It's been wonderful having you on the show, and I'm going to try to follow you online, okay?
Awesome.
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 Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day, okay?
Absolutely. You too. Thank you again.
Thank you. All right. It was great having Lisa on. I love hearing different people's opinions and them talking about what they're trying to do to help folks and better our society and our mental anguish sometimes. And she's in New Mexico in Albuquerque, and my family's in Santa Fe, and they call it Albucrazy. I definitely need a little help and coaching in that area for sure. So again, lisamcoachingabq.com.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, March 31st. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. From 6 to 10 a.m., Monday through Friday, we bring you news, weather, sports, and in-depth interviews with newsmakers from across Wyoming. And this week, we've got a fantastic guest host, Shireen Herrera, who will keep the conversation lively. Just click on the Cowboy State Daily homepage to join in. A new TV series on Paramount Plus will feature the story of Keith Jesperson, who admitted to murdering at least 8 women across 5 states, including Wyoming, between 1990 and 1995. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke with one of the detectives who interviewed the serial killer in 1996 about how he murdered 21-year-old Angela Sabriz at a truck stop outside of Cheyenne.
Bruce Dexter, who is the former Laramie County Sheriff's detective, who along with John Harrison was sent to interview Jesperson in Washington. And he sat down face to face with him and just was appalled by how proud he was of the crimes. And when they asked him, "Did you do this?" he said, "Yeah." And this is why. And his story is they had stopped. He picked up a young lady, a 21-year-old woman in Spokane, and drove her to a truck stop right outside Cheyenne. And she wanted to keep going and he wanted to sleep. She was in a hurry. He was going to drop her off at her dad's house in Fort Collins. And she was in a hurry to keep going. And he said, I just need to sleep. And she kept talking. So he said, I just killed her. I put my fist in her throat. These detectives were just astounded by how glib he was and unrepentant, just zero remorse.
Over the years, Jesperson has shared his story in books and news articles, as has his daughter, Melissa Moore, who spent decades of her life attempting to rectify the truth about her father's crimes that she'd learned about as a teen. Thermopolis resident Jessica Lippincott had a life-changing experience as a result of the 23andMe DNA test she took to explore her family's medical history, not only learning who her biological father was, but also discovering she had 49 half-siblings. But like other 23andMe customers, she's been doing a little soul-searching after learning the company has gone bankrupt and plans to auction itself and the genetic data it collected to the highest bidder. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to Lippincott and others who must decide to delete their personal data or allow it to roll over to whoever purchases the company.
So she did kind of a deep dive. She says she has a science brain, so she went in the science brain mode and she started looking at, what are the laws? What can these companies do with my data? And she decided at the end of that she really wasn't that concerned about her data being with a new company. The new company still has to follow all the applicable laws that already govern such data. Hannah Snitko, she's here in Cheyenne. Her and her fiance did this during the pandemic. They kind of had opposite reactions. His reaction when he heard it was just to immediately go delete the data. And she decided that she would delete her data too, but found that she couldn't because the sites were far too busy. As of Friday, her data was still on the database.
The bankruptcy court judge hearing 23andMe's case in the Eastern District of Missouri has already signed off on attempts to find a buyer for the company. Bids are due by May 7th, after which there will be a hearing to examine the potential sale sometime in June. Regan Schaefer loved classic American muscle cars and dinosaurs growing up in Powder River County, Montana, and he moved to Laramie to learn automobile collision repair, painting, and upholstery at Wyotech. But last Sunday, Schaefer stopped on Highway 130 between Laramie and Centennial to assist the injured driver of a single-car accident. But that's when another driver crashed into the scene, killing Schaefer. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports the 18-year-old was beloved and respected by his family and friends.
It occurred on Wyoming Highway 130 between Laramie and Centennial, perhaps between Centennial and the ski area where Regan worked, Snowy Mountain ski area. He was a snowboarder. His parents said through an obituary that he was up there so often they finally just gave him a job. A man with a zest for life, grew up the ranching lifestyle in Broadus, Montana, and was studying to be a collision repair specialist. I think it strikes a lot of us as extra tragic in that here's a young man who's really coming into his own. He left a little town in eastern Montana, found a new community and a career path in Laramie, and was apparently just trying to do the right thing when tragedy struck.
The Wyoming Highway Patrol confirmed that there was a fatal traffic incident on March 23rd in Laramie, but didn't have any other details by the time this story was published. That includes whether there are charges pending in the fatal crash. Well, even in a state as gun-friendly as Wyoming, the legal boundaries for opening fire on a thief are strict, and it's best to know the law before reaching for a firearm. That's what some experts told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines. In light of that, a Casper man who reportedly emptied his handgun at his own pickup after another man stole it and was fleeing in the vehicle might have violated Wyoming statutes regarding the use of potentially lethal force.
If you want to use a firearm for self-defense in Wyoming, that's an option that some people choose. Really, you have to be able to clearly demonstrate that there was an imminent threat of grave bodily harm or death. Otherwise, it's probably the best idea to keep the gun holstered, keep the firearm out of it, because even if somebody's doing something bad, if you jump the gun, no pun intended, you could end up being the one going to jail over it. Because even in a gun-friendly state like Wyoming, there are restrictions that dictate when you're justified in bringing that force to bear.
Self-defense or use of force cases are dependent upon the details of each individual case. Much of it hinges upon what a reasonable person would have done in the same situation. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
Well, after a cool and occasionally wet weekend over most of the Cowboy State, we're going to head into this week with more of the same. We have a very disorganized but very moist trough of low pressure that's settling into the Rockies. This is going to bring off and on chances really all week for areas of rain and wet snow on the plains, occasional periods of snow, sometimes heavy in Wyoming's mountains, and all week below average temperatures. Livestock interests should be prepared for occasionally cool and wet weather on the plains. Travelers, watch out for wet to slick roads at times, especially over the mountain passes. Now, this is good in the sense that we need to be wet this time of year, and we're going to pick up some more needed precipitation in many areas of the state this week.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 15 seconds with more news.
They want to know if we received a relay call before.
Yes, go ahead.
We need to have a party catered. When you receive a relay call, someone who is deaf, hard of hearing, deafblind, or has a speech disability is calling you. It could be the most important call of the day.
After eating his 5 traveling companions in the Colorado mountains in the winter of 1874, Alfred Packer eluded capture for nearly a decade. One of the most infamous cannibals in U.S. history, Packer was caught and brought to justice by Albany County Deputy Sheriff Malcolm Campbell in 1883. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy researched the infamous murders, and what she found made her just a bit squeamish.
I was actually sympathetic to this guy, Alfred Packer, for eating his companions until I really dug into the story, pun intended. I was reading about what he did, and it really sounds like he murdered 5 of his companions and slowly ate their flesh over 6 weeks. And when he emerged from the wilderness, instead of being starving, they said his face was bloated. So I'll let you be the judge. Read the story and let me know what you think.
Packer was paroled in 1901, and in 1907, at the age of 65, he died from a stroke. He is rumored to have become a vegetarian before his death. Well, a set of Wyoming ranchers are asking for President Donald Trump's help in settling a dispute between the U.S. Forest Service and their daughter and son-in-law on the younger couple's South Dakota ranch. Heather and Charles Maud have their own ranch near Caputa, South Dakota. The Forest Service has accused the Mauds of theft of government property because of a property dispute over a 75-year-old fence line. And Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that last summer, a Forest Service agent showed up at the Mauds' home in full tactical gear to serve them indictments.
Heather is a Wyoming native. She actually is from Niobrara County. Her parents publicly put out the call that they'd like President Trump to somehow intervene and help them with this case that their daughter and son-in-law are facing. To our knowledge, there hasn't been any response yet from the Trump administration. I did reach out to the Mauds, the daughter and son-in-law who own the ranch in South Dakota. They've told me this a couple times before. They can't really talk because it's an ongoing case and they're still under federal indictments.
The Mauds case has sparked nationwide outrage over what many perceive as a heavy-handed overreaction by the federal government. Well, after standing up to Wyoming wind and weather for 152 years, mountain man Jim Baker's cabin at the Little Snake River Museum in Savory, Wyoming, could use more than just a little TLC. Several of its old cottonwood logs have succumbed to rot and the ravages of time. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the tiny community is determined to save this piece of history belonging to one of the West's most courageous characters.
I did that story on the legendary Battle Mountain where he fought off, hundreds of Indians. It was like Thermopylae-like odds, 700 warriors versus like a dozen scouts. At the time, he survived not just one bear encounter, but a couple that I know of, and maybe even more. He wasn't a man given to talking about himself. He was Savory, Wyoming's first retiree, and he built this unique 2-story cabin. Actually, at the time, had 3 stories because he put a big watchtower on the top of it. This thing was a little miniature fort on the plains, like a castle on the prairie. It was displayed at Cheyenne Frontier Park for 60 years. Eventually, it was dismantled and left in storage, just kind of benign neglect, I guess you could say, oblivion and neglect. And then Savory eventually was successful in bringing it back home.
The nationally recognized preservation group HistoriCorps will be bringing an expert team of volunteers to Wyoming this summer to work on saving the cabin. Well, everyone dies and nobody has a choice in the matter. After After death, on the other hand, there are plenty of choices for those left behind, and most of them cost money. From playful parlor services to high mountain memorials and backyard burials, Wyomingites are known to personalize their final dispositions. State funeral directors told Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag that they are eager to accommodate any and every custom.
One director I spoke with, I love this phrase. He said, as long as it's not illegal, unethical, or immoral, we can probably make that happen. The average cost that somebody's paying is about $10,000, but that can go up or down because there's so many variables. The casket is a huge variable. On the high end, those things run as much as $14,000, so pretty pricey. And then on the other end of the casket equation, you're dealing with things that are as simple as single ply fiberboard with a cloth, and they'll just give those things away for free. Because of the expenses, a lot of people have been moving towards cremation. An average cremation is going to cost you about $3,000 and some change. That's just the cremation and nothing else. But below cremation too, also interesting is, and a lot of people don't know this, but you have the option of doing a direct burial yourself. You don't have to go through a funeral parlor. And this is a good option for people largely because it's affordable.
The range of options also means a range of price points, which can run from the cost of a shovel up to tens of thousands of dollars. Or it could be nothing if you already have a shovel or you borrow one. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel, or you can listen to us on your favorite podcast app. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
All right, back in action, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen filling in for Jake on this last day of March. I can't believe we're into April tomorrow. Things feel like they go just ever so fast when we're creeping out of winter, but we are in for some colder, rainier weather to start April. Also, can always guarantee a snow shower or two somewhere in the state for the month of April, if not into May for Mother's Day, which is what Don Day mentioned earlier. Mother's Day is kind of his day where he uses that as the start of nicer weather or more consistent nicer weather. And we're still 6 weeks away from Mother's Day. We do have Easter around the corner, though. Looking forward to that. I've got a couple of gifts for our niece and nephew, and I got one of them, a little bunny that poops jelly beans. I thought that was adorable, and so able to grab them a couple of little gifts for Easter, which is right around the corner. Really want to thank some of my guests this morning. Patrick Edwards, who is known as the Great White Sucker. Patrick is also the host of Angling Wisdom, the Angling Wisdom podcast. He's fantastic and super knowledgeable when it comes to fishing. So we talked about walleye fishing. We also talked about his podcast and being good stewards, as well as some great recipes. And so make sure you rewind or go back and listen to Patrick Edwards on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. We also had Lisa Morgan join the show. She is a life coach, and she has some great information on her website on trying to kind of break through the noise in this crazy life. And so she's got some great tips and tricks and more information on her website, which is Lisa M Coaching ABQ, which is Albuquerque.com. And so great to have Lisa and Patrick Edwards joining the show this morning. And if you see Patrick out on the water, let him know you heard his interview with Cowboy State Daily, and also ask him for some more fishing tips. He's one of the greatest guys, and he's always willing to give some advice and to help other folks out. Well, I'm looking forward to enjoying the rest of my Monday. Things are still a little chilly here where I'm at, but we're creeping into the 30s. We're supposed to be around 50 today, which is the warmest day of the week. And then we drop down into the 40s. And Don Day did talk about things cooling down just a bit this week and the following. And then you never know what April will bring when it comes to weather in Wyoming. I mentioned a few minutes ago, always it's always worth a snow shower or two somewhere in the state in April. And like Don mentioned, there's been many Mother's Days that have snowed in Wyoming, and he kind of uses that day as the buffer on when things start officially warming up here. Tomorrow, don't forget, I'm going to give you another friendly reminder. If you're one of those people who are pulling pranks and you don't like me mentioning that tomorrow is April Fool's Day, well, I'm sorry, but I'm gullible. And other people who might be listening might also be gullible like me. And so tomorrow is April Fool's Day. I also always think it's funny when there's actual news or actual things that happen on April Fool's Day and nobody believes them. There'll be a celebrity that passed away and people will, call BS basically on it and call people liars or April Fool's Day for things like that. And it's like, no, that's actually true. So you do have to be a little careful tomorrow, but there will be a lot of real news that's out. News doesn't care what day it is. So there will be a lot of real news out tomorrow with cowboystatedaily.com and other news outlets. But don't forget, tomorrow is April Fool's Day. Just giving you that friendly reminder. So that does it for me. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake. Have a great rest.